Joining us tonight, of course, is a takeover. If you guys don't know what takeovers are,
Ah,
find out shortly. There you go. There's your. In fact, that's all we have to tell you. That's all you really need to know. Guard your brains, ladies and gentlemen, because if they're fresh, they'll be eaten. D, do that thing you do. The progress bar thingy is going. Go for it.
what's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out of here. Back to you, Freeman Oral.
Well, I was lying. It's still setting up the fucking meeting, so I guess we're just gonna wait while it does it. Oh, okay, fine. It's doing it. There we go. Finally. Holy cannoli moly. Welcome, folks. I don't think anyone's in the chat yet, so
Well, there we go.
shit, I could be first in the chat. How funny would that be? Hoist. I think I'm first in the chat right there. Boom.
Oh,
Ladies and gerbils, too bad I should have just announced that there's a prize of $1,000 for first. That'd be pretty funny. And then be like, oh shit, I missed it. Damn it. Oh my God. Cheers, Cranmore Grows. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome. Fuck you. I'm not gonna save $32 on YouTube TV. Well, fucking suck my ass. Ladies and gerbils, it annoys me so much because on Fumidor and the Flavors, I guess, I'm signed up to YouTube Premium, which literally every month I'm considering canceling because it's basically meaningless anymore. All you really get is YouTube and music, I guess, but fuck, it's like 15, $16 a month. It might have even gone up, so holy shit. Anyway, what was I going to say? But as soon as you switch accounts, so for example, I just switched to Fumidoro, don't have Prime anymore. I don't have the premium or whatever the shit. So then they show me the ads and whatever. Fucking YouTube. When I first started with it, it gave you like I think two accounts, but now it's just obviously one. So fucking YouTube. Goddamn Google is turning into complete shit. Cranmore Grows in the house. What's going on, buddy? You would have been first if it hadn't been for me. Too bad. It happens. Bud Kilowatts in the house with the green light. And of course, Couch Flyer right behind him. He said, well, all right. Hardcore's in the house. Welcome, Hardcore. Jack Beanstalk's hanging. Welcome, buddy. And of course, D in the house. As always, welcome. What do we like to say? Lurkers, non lurkers, everybody in the house. Welcome, folks. I'm going to make D the boss here in a second. I guess first I'll make. Might as well make Smash the co-host just to save some effort. There we go. Boom. And the host. All right, he's the host. So, ladies and gerbils, if you guys are new to the show, we have had actually a couple new faces pop through. Maybe you guys changed your names or something, but maybe you're also new faces. You're more than welcome to hop on if you guys would like to join the show. We actually really like to have new voices, new opinions. It's not what you would think is as like many shows on YouTube are closed panels. This is not actually a closed panel. It's a little bit less open though. We just had so many problems with weirdos and stuff over the years that I'm just like, I'm not gonna post the link right in the chat anymore, or I'm not going to pin it anymore anyway. Uh, if you want to hop on the show, just ask nicely in the chat. We'll be happy to post a link, and you'll be very easy for you to click on it, just as if it was pinned. I don't know. Let's just call it for my well-being or something, for my psychological well-being, perhaps. I don't want to pin the link anymore. We'll just leave it at that. But in the meantime, you guys are welcome to hop on the show. Just don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a freaking prick or a lunatic, or it doesn't have to rhyme every single fucking word. In the meantime, you should probably understand. Just don't be an asshole. You know what I mean? Just don't be a fucking douchebag. Don't come on here to start a fight. Don't come on here to perpetuate a fight. Don't come on here to complain about some particular person. Don't come on here to talk shit about somebody who can't defend themselves, stuff like that. Just don't be a bitch. You know what I mean? Don't be an asshole. You're more than welcome to hop on, even if you disagree with us, even if you have your own opinion that is differing from us. We're actually perfectly happy to hear other opinions. If you grow differently than we do, that's perfectly fine too. If you have really strong opinions, even political opinions, I don't care. Politics season is coming upon us. If you have opinions that clash with our own, that's fine. A lot of the people that come on here, not everybody, but a lot of the people that come on here are certainly not Trump people. But if you'd like to come on here and talk about it in a civilized way, you're more than welcome to. But we don't want any, honestly, from any side, we don't want any pontificators or fucking weirdos. Probably, honestly, best to leave the political stuff away. But at the same time, it's always driven me nuts that we talk that way because America is any democracy, but especially America, because we were one of the very first, is built on the interchange of complex ideas. And if you don't, basically, it was the so-called marketplace of ideas, right? They used to call it. I don't hear that said very often anymore. Nobody's really buying or selling. It's kind of unfortunate, not even leasing. But if we ever really want to progress as a nation, honestly, from the situation we're in, or even just in general, we have to be able to discuss our issues. So anyway, with that in mind, that's kind of the spirit of how I invite, political discussion. Don't come on here to grind your axe. Don't come on here to show everybody the chip you have on your shoulder. Don't come on here to kind of spew your cultish, slavish worship of any party. I don't care who the fucking politician is. It's a random Italian political party. Just don't be fucking slavish to anybody. But if you'd like to come on here and actually have a reasoned discussion, you're more than welcome. Like I said, just ask nicely in the chat. We'll be happy to provide it. There's not that many moderators. Basically, the people who probably could provide you a link. I mean, there's probably plenty of people in the chat that know it, but especially obviously the blue names, people like D, people love for the plant. Later in the evening, Pip Jam might stop by. So those are the kinds of people that you should ask if you would like to hop on. Please do visit my website, ladies and gentlemen, fumidoro.com. I hope now that I'm back in the area to really get back into the swing of things. It's been a really, really, really challenging time. It's been over a year, but I like to just think of it as a year so that I don't think about losing too much time. But it's been a lot. Hopefully some of it is slowing down. At least I'm here now, so that at least is better. So I'm going to be able to treat the garden better. The garden definitely took some abuse while I was gone. Actually, good news, believe it or not, really good news on both the breeding project and just the garden in general. The outdoor garden was, I guess, no surprise because outdoor gardens are honestly easier to grow. You got the sun helping you. You got the outdoor predators taking care of any pests and pathogens. Gosh, I never see the spider mite issues outside ever. If you'll see a couple of spider mites or something, they get taken care of basically the next day. I've seen a few issues here and there. Last year we had some thrips maybe. I can't remember. Was it white flies? No, it was thrips. We did actually, now that I think about it, we did have spider mites briefly, but they went away really quickly. I sprayed, I think, one time and that was it. What else? That was in like July, I want to say. Yeah, like July, something like that, before flower, I want to say. Anyway, garden this year is outdoors. It was doing okay, even though I was gone for 6 weeks. The guy that was watering meant very, very well, but I hadn't trained him. I had trained my caretaker, and unfortunately, due to a weird set of circumstances, we had to have a caretaker for the caretaker, basically. Anyway, we learned firsthand that watering only is more difficult than you think it is. Honestly, that was kind of something else. Like I basically set up all the pots indoors, outdoors, so that all you had to do was water. Turns out that's a skill. We forget we forget these things. I forget these things sometimes that it really is. Even when you tell somebody how much, when, blah blah blah, that's not enough. There's a rhythm and a feel for watering. There's a sense for how much a plant needs. If a plant needs more, even though the instructions say not to, or the opposite. Anyway, it's really interesting. So the plants took some damage, but thankfully, especially outdoors, it looks like we're looking fine. I'm pleasantly surprised with that. So we got some good plants. Indoors too, the breeding project thankfully was not by any means a total loss. I was expecting it to be when I came up here. I even kind of stopped asking about it for a while, but thankfully the pictures were worse than the reality. So that's one of the few times that happened. Turns out actually it's not really that bad. It looks a little worse than I wanted it to be. It's not going to be one of my photo finishes for sure, but although photo finish means something else, you know what I'm talking about. It's definitely not going to be one of my big photo shoots that I do, but it looks like the plants are still healthy. That's the important part, and it looks like there's quite a few seeds. So good news, honestly, a fucking relief. I needed I needed a fucking break. Honestly, it's been just one disaster after another for a long time. Literally every single thing that could go right went wrong. So I needed a couple of wins. Anyway, with that in mind, actually, I was thinking like, shit, when's the right time to say it? Probably now. Better sooner than later. I think I'm going to get back into the swing of things with sending testers out. So now that I actually am going to have a whole line, it looks like coming out, not in the distant future where I have to set up a whole new grow again, because that's what I was worried about, but rather actually in the near future, there will be some lines that are available. So I think it's a good time to start sending out testers. I have both still from God, I don't even want to count the months now that it's been, but I still still have the seeds that Sam Olson very kindly put together. Those were the basically Runts of Eden cookies Coot Special crosses. If you remember, you remember. It's not worth going into right now, probably. If it's the kind of thing that you guys are interested in, if you've heard me talk about it before, if you've signed up before, it's been so long that I'm not going to assume that you're still interested. So if you guys are interested now, please let me know. Please also remember that life has been so challenging that I do not have extra padding to send seeds around the world if you're not going to use them. So please only sign up, and I'm serious about this. Please only inquire if you're actually serious about growing them. There are every once in a while you sign up. Well, every time you basically ask people for testers, there's a few people who basically just want free seeds. And honestly, I've said this before, if you want free seeds, save yourself and me the trouble. You're not going to know what I send out. So that's going to be really annoying when you get those free seeds. You're going to basically stash them in a corner somewhere and not grow them anyway. I'll be happy if you need to send, if you need free seeds, like if you can't buy seeds or whatever, if you need free seeds, just fucking let me know. Just let me know. I'll send you some free seeds. I'll tell you what they are. So there's no mystery. And that way we don't get the testers confused, blah, blah, blah. Please, if you just need free seeds, let me know. Fumidor@chronictable.com. I'll send you some fucking seeds. On the other hand, if you actually want to test my beans, I could very much use the help. Definitely don't have enough people, pretty much 100%. If you're like, oh, I wonder if Humidor has enough. No, I have enough lines that I would like to test. Even if I have enough for the stuff that even if I get enough people for the stuff that I really, really want to test, there's always things that I would like confirmation on, or a little bit of development on, or even just for someone to grow. So I see the plants myself. There's always room for people to do some work, testing some new lines. If you want to try some more, what am I trying to say here? If you are more in the, well, I don't even want to say this. I was going to say, oh, you want to try some crazy shit, bro? I don't know. I don't know if I have time for the crazy shit right now, actually. I probably have to just do some real concrete testing on a few lines. And so actually, I probably shouldn't even say what I was going to say about all the wild shit. So we'll just save that for another time. Let me know, basically. Let me know. Fumidor@chronictable.com. Don't be surprised if I email you back at from the email address chronictable at proton.mail or whatever the fuck it is. I don't even know because there's a like an anti-spoofing thing with Gmail, and if you use your own address, basically it bounces back, and it's an annoying fix that I haven't had a chance to do for over a year now, and I'm just I don't have the time to deal with it. So the easiest solution, honestly, is when you email me from a Gmail account, I just change the from the back, or what is it called? I changed the return address to human.chronictable, whatever. Um, or you know what I just said. It doesn't fucking matter. Nobody pays attention to the title of the email anyway. But some of the main things that I would like to get tested too, besides the Sam Olson crosses that we did, I'd really still like to get those tested, because even though actually every time I've tried to fucking run those, it's been a disaster. I think I probably have a couple little seedlings, but I definitely don't have a sift worth. It's so annoying. I've popped seeds of them for sifts, but then life gets in the way every single fucking time. Anyway, I'd still very much like to test those lines. I think that there's a lot in there. Those First of all, runts is not going away. As we know, cookies, forum cooked cookies has never gone away, and that's, by the way, the cookies that was in it. The only complaint, I guess, that I think a lot of people would say is that they rely on what, accidental recessive breeding, whatever, however you'd like to say it. I thought that breeding it into something deeply strong and wild, or at least a lot more wild, because I've still worked with it a little bit, and it's been worked with a little bit before me. The Coot Special, I thought, would be a real improvement to those lines. I thought that it would give some real sativa, not just, but some real sativa power, give some real new terpenes in there, so it's not just fruity and not just cookie-ish. I thought it would be a series of good crosses. So help me test those. And then also, like I said, I have these Jack the Ripper crosses. That's the new male that I'm working with right now. I've been talking about it for a long time because things have just gone sideways every fucking time. But hopefully I'll find a new male and also a female pollen donor here in the near future. But in the meantime, the project I hope to finally get out the door is this Jack the Ripper cross. So I really like that Jack the Ripper male. I've had a chance to grow quite a few different crosses of my own of his Pacifica Days version 2 rather. The Pacifica Days version 1 was with the Coot Special male. Look at that, he's making coffee. Do you have some coffee in your milk there, D, or is that tea?
That's actually soup. This
Oh,
is
okay.
teammates. If
I was gonna say that's way. I thought you drink black coffee. Okay, that makes sense why you're using
you like
spray.
noodles with your soup, with your
That's it.
coffee, sir?
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I guess I don't have to take up the entire first half of the show, but I am very much interested, and it is my show. So please, folks, do sign up. One of these days, if I feel like the show is basically offering me absolutely nothing, I'm just going to shut the lights off. And so it does annoy me, honestly, that there's a lot of passive enjoyment of the show, which is okay. Don't get me wrong, it's not bad to passively enjoy the show, but I remember that there were a lot of people who actually grow and actually are interested in everything else. So please help me out, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long time coming. I feel like I have every confidence that these crosses are spectacular. I've grown. What else? The surf. No, what was I just? Fuck, I have one right here. It is the Oh, it's actually the JTR female to the Coot Special 3. Anyway, long story short, I've grown either with the female JTR or the male JTR, a number of different crosses right now. I fucking love the ethereal thumping high from it, especially the female, actually. I probably should have kept her in retrospect. Has this really, the crosses anyway, have this really just goof-tastic fucking high. Oh my God, it's been spectacular, like perfect music to put on some records for 4 hours and just listen to them cover to cover. Oh, spectacular, honestly spectacular. Anyway, ladies and gerbils, Pacifica Days version 2 definitely need tested. I think Super Boof was one of the ones I was going to get sent out. Super Boof to JTR. There were a couple other ones, honestly, that escaped me right at the second because again, it's been so long in this coming. Also, I think I had the Bedrock Boogie to JTR. Anyway, so it's going to help me out tremendously if you guys could start growing some of these. Send me pictures if you want to know. Okay, Fumidor, I've never tested anything before. What do you expect? Well, honestly, grow it to the best of your ability. Grow it like you would grow weed. Don't grow it in a different way. Breeders honestly don't want you to give special second treatment or something to your testers. They really want you to treat them like you've treated other plants before. That means honestly, if you are kind of hard on your plants, hey, be hard on those plants. Every piece of data, when given consistently and when given with good documentation, is not every, but almost every piece of data is useful. Like I say, when it's consistent and given with good documentation. If you're not consistent and you don't have good documentation, then even the best project is basically useless. I guess not useless because you can still get pictures and stuff, but a lot less useful. So I really just want you to grow the seeds to the best of your ability. Uh, Obviously, the first thing, see the germ rate and everything else. But I expect that the germ rate on most of my seeds, especially when they're fresh, is going to be pretty good. But still, just in case that's one of them, see the health again. It's kind of a foregone conclusion that there's going to be really good health. I kind of believe in my lines at this point, but still, that is always one of the first things that you test. You want to make sure that it's stable, that it doesn't herm out at the first tiny little fuck. If you open the door one time during flower, it doesn't herm out because of that. What else? It's not bug prone and so on and so forth. So grow it like you grew other plants. Basically, don't give it special treatment, don't spoil it, etc., etc. Harvest it like you would harvest another plant. If you don't harvest, that's less useful, but at least that's the same as you do everything else. But ideally, it would be nice to get a smoke report at the end of it too, of course, right? Because I'm not just growing pretty bonsais. Everyone grows for different reasons, but I think most of my customers prefer to actually consume their weed. So very important to actually consume it at the end of the cycle. That should go without saying, of course, but if you've never been a tester, now you know. If you've never done it before and you are a brand new grower, I've said this before, I probably have more opportunities in the future for you. It doesn't hurt to ask because there's always, like I said, there's always something I'd like a little data on or maybe would like to see or something. But in the meantime, I especially want testers who have a little bit of experience. So it doesn't hurt to ask. And, please do. Like I said, please do. If you're a newer grower, please do ask. But what I really want is people who have a couple grows under their belt already, and then everyone above that, obviously. So Fumidor@chronictable.com. DM me on Discord if you're on our Discord. If you're not on the Discord, that's going to be one of the best places to share the testing data. I'm going to try to spend more time on Discord and put more of the photos on there and share more of those photos from testers and so on. So if you're not on our Discord, ask for a link. We'd be happy to provide it, D or whoever, or I'll try to get the link for you. And last option, because it's the easiest option to get lost in, is Instagram. Sometimes I don't check Instagram for a few days. Sometimes you get lost in the message requests. There's a million different reasons why you'll get lost in the sauce on Instagram. Not to mention my account's been shut down 15 days. Well, not shut down, but been put on pause a number of different times. So anyway, there's 50 different reasons or more not to trust Instagram. I prefer direct email or the Discord, or of course, say something in the chat if nothing else. I haven't said anything to the chat. Speaking of which, cheers to Organic Soul Gardens. Good to see you, buddy. Couch Flyers in the house right there. He's giving the red meat in the chat there. J5's hanging. He's saying hardcore takes noodles in more than his coffee. Shots fired, shots fired. Big Chirps in the house. He's saying you can send some shit my way. Thank you very much. Who else in here? Dead Fish fans hanging. East Coast is the Capitol Theater on the oh yeah, reading this private comment, I guess. Oh, there's Sam Olson right there. I was wondering if he's been watching. Cheers, buddy. Good to see you. Who else in here? I know I'm missing people here. I'm sure I'm missing people. There's always somebody that I miss in the comments. God damn it. I'm sure I miss. Oh, Jay Patrick. There we go. Good to see you, Jay Patrick. Welcome everyone. Like I said, this is a takeover, so I'm going to hand it off to D here, I think, in a second. I'm going to roll a joint first, though, and go smoke it outside, cover to cover, as they say. I'm going to start with the front end and then end at the back end, and it's going to be great. What am I going to smoke, actually? Well, that'll be part of my decision making. What are you puffing on, D? What's going on, buddy?
S- what's going on, everybody? What's going on, chat? Thanks for everybody for tuning in to the pre-show before the Fumidor on the flavors takeover. I'm smoking 10 karat gold right now. I also got a Bubba Kush and Moonbow. And soup. I'm having my soup here. Um, yeah, tune in a little later, guys. I'm gonna try to talk about some Indian food and some stuff like that because I'm gonna be trying some Indian food. Maybe I'll do a video. Might do the whole experience at the Indian restaurant and shit. Me speaking Indian or trying to speak Indian. Anyway, cheers everybody. Hope everyone's having a great night. Namaste.
Drop the whole
Jehan.
floor. Well, no, I said that wrong. I didn't drop all the weed on the floor. I dropped the jar, so it was
Huh?
close.
Sorry.
But anyway,
I went to a
Oh.
show the other day and I grinded up all the weed and I was getting ready to put it in the joint and the wind came and blew it all on the ground.
fuck, I've had that happen to me. It's
Oh,
like the world telling you to fuck yourself.
motherfucker.
God damn it. Oh, that sucks. How much weed was it too?
I don't know, probably like maybe up to a gram.
Okay, that's not that bad.
Um, oh, if there's anyone located in New England, Massachusetts, on the 28th, no, wait, 25th, next Sunday, Miranda Family Farms, has a booth at Turptown Throwdown.
Cool.
And we have had access to a VIP sponsor list, so we can add as many names as we want. So if you're interested in going out to the show, get in contact with one of us, me or Seth from Miranda Family Farms.
That's cool. Didn't the Turptown Throwdown?
Nice.
I want to say it's. I'm going to sound like an asshole, but I want to say the Turptown Throwdown started in Portland.
Probably.
I swear to
It's the first year. It's
Them
actually
fighting war.
changed venues. It's in Boston this year. Should be pretty fun.
Banana Daddy. Why did I say it that way? Banana Daddy. Banana Daddy.
I just
I
ate-
haven't tried the.
What do you got there? 1,200 milligram gummies. How
Yeah.
much per gummy?
There's 40 pieces.
Oh,
One
okay. 50.
30
Oh,
milligrams
wow.
each. They're pretty good though.
Yeah,
I was
bad.
looking at the ingredients, 10 calories per serving, and only 2 grams of sugar, and they're vegan. They're really good.
You know what I should do? This would be fun. Tell me in the chat if you think this is a funny idea. So, how long ago was it? Well, however long ago it was that I harvested Banana Daddy and a few of these other plants. Jack the Ripper was in the house, and I wasn't super careful about the pollen. Basically, how do I put it? I kind of am intentionally a little sloppy with pollen sometimes in those circumstances because I want, maybe 100 or 200 seeds or something. So basically, like I want, some testers from this. This is the Banana Daddy. I didn't end up keeping Banana Daddy, but actually, in this case, it's kind of fun because I still have the genetics around, right? So if I wanted to cross Banana Daddy, I would have crossed it anyway. So I have the seeds that I would have crossed basically. And I've probably got 50 already basically. And so every once in a while when I roll a joint, I'll get like, because I said it was lightly seeded basically. So I got maybe 100 seeds off my Sour Morgana. I got maybe a little more than that off my
Nice.
Thunderfuck, but I already bred the Oaxacan Thunderfuck last time. But a couple different plants, I got 50 or 100 seeds. So I was thinking to myself, oh shit, how fun would it be to send one of these seeds out? So instead of doing like table seeds, like 10 beans or something, just literally send one seed. And it could just be any fucking thing. Like this is Banana Daddy to Jack the Ripper. Could be we don't have to send this seed out right now because I just don't feel like keeping track of this seed. But I'm curious if anybody finds that to be a fun idea. So for example, right now I'm smoking Banana Daddy. Maybe later I'll smoke Oaxacan, or next show on Tuesday or something, maybe I'll be smoking blueberry or whatever. And if a seed pops out, I'd be like, all right, who wants this seed? That's kind of the idea. So basically it's kind of like a random table seed.
Cool.
Whoever wants it, like live on the show, we could claim it or something. Anyway, if you guys think that's a fun idea, for example, this is Bob. This is Bob the seed. Whoever would want Bob, let me know if you think that's a fun idea. And actually, if you want Bob, we could totally make that happen.
Um, so,
Aw, bitchin'.
so
Right.
I think fully sexed outside. I cut down 2 males. Um, I think the rest of the ones are female out there.
You might be flowering already in Massachusetts. Smash. I
Not
can't
yet.
remember who it was, but someone on Instagram or YouTube. It wasn't VT, but it was somebody that follows the show. Fuck, I don't remember who it was right now. Was saying that their plants in Boston are already no, in Massachusetts are already flowering. In stretch already, actually, so well into flowering.
I just
Crazy.
started to see sex. My males just showed this week.
Hmm.
Um,
Hi, baby.
I needed to transition soon. I got to hit it with the STS, so
Hmm.
I'm gonna end up bagging it. I'm gonna end up going in my shed.
Although, don't you
Doing
start, refresh my memory, don't you start with the STS basically as soon as you start seeing distinguishable pistols and stuff?
they they say 1 week before flowering,
Gotcha,
spray for up to 2 to 3 weeks.
gotcha,
One time a day, if you can, a little more.
gotcha. Are you doing it like Romulan does it with like multiple pollen donors or just the one?
I'm just gonna do one pollen donor, but it's gonna pollinate 3 or 4 plants and itself.
But I mean to say, so he has like, let's say he pollinates with Romulan. He'll have like three of them basically, or more, five, six Romulans, so that he sprays all of them, so that basically at least one of them, but hopefully all of them, create pollen. That's a lot more safe than just one. But of course, you have to have more than one plant available.
I was only gonna flip the strongest looking one.
Gotcha.
I was gonna flip the whole plant though. I wasn't gonna be stingy with the spray. I was gonna spray from top to bottom.
I don't think you need all that much, but I don't know. We'll see. Go for it.
We'll see. Yeah, it's my first time, and I've told you for what 2 years I wanted to try it. So
Mhm.
fuck it. This summer I'm doing Chem Dog back to Chem 91 Calio, and
Mm.
then I'm letting that pollinate itself, and then I'm letting one of those pollinate a kosher kush out there.
Hmm.
That's
So
actually
the
getting
family
into flower.
flowers is already flowering.
The kosher kush is really starting to flower.
Hmm.
I got some stuff downstairs that looks crazy. It looks like a straight sativa.
Dead Fish fan says, "I'll take Bob. Is he a girl? Maybe." Here, I should put Bob aside so Bob doesn't get lost. So unfortunately, Bob might get lost because I hate to admit it, but there's like seeds all over. Fuck, where do I have the little Ziploc?
I know I got to make fucking
I think it's
seed
I think it's behind
pads.
me. I know where it is. It's behind me there.
I got to make seed packs for fucking next Sunday.
What are you giving out?
Probably the papaya. Yeah, the papaya. That's the one I have the most seeds of, and I've grown it a couple times now, and it's really good. Plus, I've had other people test it, and they've loved it. It's everyone says it's huge. Um, Stone Root was like, dude, it's fucking huge. And then
Shit, this pen.
I have to look on my Instagram. I forgot. I don't want to see his actual name because he didn't want me to post it, but he was like, your gear doubled in size compared to some of the elite breeder gear I have. I was like, dope.
Cool.
Everyone's getting funky fruit too, and that's exactly what I wanted.
What the hell is a
I
Sharpie
actually
writing?
got a package right here going up to Crymore, new house. I'm hoping it will let it go with just the stamp. It's super thin, so we'll see. This is a test.
What's that?
But Kilowatt says the 19th is a super blue moon.
Yeah.
I only bought 1 ounce of STS though, so I didn't buy a lot of it. But people said it goes bad too.
Mm-hmm. It's easy enough to get.
Oh yeah, Amazon, man.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm gonna go puff this joint at Banana Daddy. Folks, hop on the show, come join the conversation. I may stop in a little bit later or may not. We'll see. But in the meantime, please do hop on, folks. Excuse me. The shows really aren't anything without you guys. The whole idea is basically is conversation. So please do hop on here, talk about strains you enjoy, talk about new stuff that you're looking for. Uncle Rick gave out a pack of your seeds for the 60 for 60. I remember, yeah, it took me forever to get that seed back out, but I finally did send, and I sent her a couple extras, thankfully. But anyway, fuck, what was I going to say? I wonder how they turn out. I had heard that they, well, the person who won, I had heard that she was going to grow them. I wonder if she actually did. Supposedly, my seeds are getting grown in Ecuador this year by basically a friend of a friend, essentially. So that's kind of fun. So I'm
Cool.
curious how that's going to run out. Yeah, a long time grower too. So a friend of mine, her friend has been growing for 30 years or something like that. I guess obviously back before it was legal. But anyway, apparently she's quite experienced at it. So that's fun to hear. Anyway, a real smoker, as they say.
Before you go, I went up to Maine recently, and I went to like 5 to 10 dispensaries. Dude, I pulled up to this building. It looked like a broken down factory. And my homie's like, yeah, there's 10 to 15 different dispensaries in here.
Oh wow.
And I was like, all right. And what you do is you pull up into the parking lot, you call or text the dispensary you want to go to, and they just walk it out. They're like, oh, let me see your med card. He
No
pulled out
shit.
his med. Huh?
No, I just said no shit. How interesting.
Yeah, he pulled out his med card. They didn't even like scan it, nothing. They're like, okay, here you go.
That's different.
And I was asking him, I was talking to him. I might be able to get my flower in some dispensaries out there now.
Seriously? No
Yeah.
shit. Wow. That'd be something.
There you
Nice.
go.
Not
Right
California.
on.
Shit. California has almost 40% tax. The prices are bonkers. The prices of all the other stuff is not high. I was getting clones for $10, like literally 10 fucking dollars. Great clones. But the weed is priced like crazy. And so, for example, I think I bought a quarter for $90 or some shit. I can't
Wait,
even
what?
remember. It was ridiculous. Holy fucking shit. Just the other day I bought like the last time that I bought weed. Motherfucker, it was a ton of money for mediocre weed, honestly. It's very frustrating. And I think California all knows it. We've been hearing them talk about it for a long time, but frustrating, and they won't fix the problem. I just read today that Michigan actually sells more units of cannabis than California does now. And that's
Yeah,
probably
because
a legal
Ohio,
market, probably
because Ohio.
because of Ohio, you said?
Yeah,
Oh, that makes
everybody
sense
in
too.
Ohio
Makes sense.
goes to
Everyone goes in
Michigan
Michigan. Yeah.
Huh,
because
interesting.
if you have an Ohio medical card, they will accept it in
That's
Ohio. So
right.
you
And
do
Michigan
get
is
your
reciprocal.
Michigan,
Yeah,
you do get your discount,
that's
and it
cool.
saves you about 10% on your tax, basically,
Still something.
or it
So
saves almost a good chunk of your tax, so
Yeah.
it's not bad.
up
And
in
I
Maine,
know, Fumi, I paid $40 for an eighth
Mm.
out of that dispensary, but they hooked me up and gave me like 25% off
Hmm.
so
because they screwed up my
How
last order.
in Maine, top shelf's $30.
Wow. Yeah, I'm telling you, in Oregon, it's about that too. It's maybe a little bit more than that because, like I said, well, it depends on where you go. Because archive is still pretty expensive, Bud Kilowatt has talked about their trimming regimen and stuff, so that stuff costs. So they, I think, average about $48 an eighth. Pretty expensive. That's about the most that I would spend these days on an eighth, honestly. What was I going to say? But you can easily find, for example, at what TLC Collective, that's another good place. Granted, they sell a lot of archive, but they have other people, what Resin Ranchers and a few other people in Portland. Pretty good weed, again, still home grow is better, but pretty good weed. And I would say the top shelf, they have like two or three top shelves. Actually, they have like two or three different tiers that they all consider top shelf. They're anything between like 30 and $45 about that, and a little bit more for archive, I guess. Um, yeah, we're
Here in
in
Ohio,
California because California started at $40. Crazy. Go ahead.
here in
So,
Ohio,
oh, good guy.
ounces 320 to 380.
Hmm.
You can't even get ounces in the dispensaries. I looked at like 7 Ohio dispensaries. They only sell up to a half ounce. They sell 2.88 grams, like by tenths. It's 2.88 grams or 5 grams, and then some change.
To tell you the truth, I'm
Well,
not sure if you're allowed to buy a half ounce or an ounce in Oregon without a medical card. I think you might actually have to have a medical card to buy that much in Oregon. I don't remember now.
So, has anyone ever tried Gastropop? Apples and bananas, the grape gas?
No, sounds good though.
oh
Really good. Really good. Then I got permanent marker,
I like
which is
that. The grape
good.
gas is actually really
dude, yes.
underwhelming. Bud's talked about this, beyond underwhelming. It's not like bad weed or anything. It's good weed, but it's not what you expect at all. But that apples and bananas, I feel like makes up for it. They're bred by the same guy, and I feel like that apples and bananas is more than people have claimed it. It's really quite delightful. There's a lot in there. There's a lot of
I
really old school flavor and some muskiness and some freaking pine and gas. Oh, it's quite something.
I
So they
got
were
like
having a
50 or
sale.
60 of
Not
those
sure
to
I'm getting
pop.
back.
So they were
That
having
was
a
free
What
sale.
was it,
day.
Smash?
I'm sorry.
Oh, we're all talking at the same time. What were we saying, Smash?
So they were having a sale. I got apples and banana sugar from the Captain's Cannabis. That's the name of the place. $8.
Mhm.
Oh wow, it's cheap as hell.
Fuck yeah,
What were we
right
saying,
on.
Captain?
Everybody taking my goddamn name.
And the cool thing is, processed by Oasis, and Oasis is one of the best processors around.
No, right on. Dead Fish
I
fan says Maine is wide open. My wife and I are considering relocating back once the grandkids are a little bigger and our kids don't need help. Huh. And I've heard that life there is actually quite pleasant. People get to hunt and fish and everything. Fishing is still pretty good there because it's uh, 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 what am I trying to say? Sparsely enough populated that it's not essentially overfished. Places like California are just hammered. You'll get 100 fucking sport boats outside of any place that you're going to in Los Angeles. So places are just fished to death. Portland, the same thing. A lot of people have already basically tried for the salmon that you're going to be trying at any time of the day, honestly. But places like Maine apparently are still quite wide open. Anyway,
How far are you away from Archive?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I used to live just across town, honestly.
Okay.
Across town, I guess you could say. What do you say? Why do you ask?
Uh, I really need a pack of their face off or a
Pack of
clone
their
of it.
seeds? Oh,
Yeah.
well, the
I could
clones,
use a pack of face off seeds if anybody's got the original pack out there that came out a few years ago.
that I
I'd
think you're
really
gonna have to
love
fucking
that.
find online, Captain. I don't think that you're gonna find that anywhere at the store or anything else. They do sell some of their seeds, so if I go there sometime, I'll be happy to check their
Yeah.
website. They
Our
sell their seeds on their
clones.
website. The clowns, they have a rotating
It's a
stock,
hit
and
or
to this
miss.
day, I
Okay.
haven't seen
It
Face Off. I've been
it's
looking
gonna
at that
be
one.
it's gonna be like mine, where it's rotating stock.
Well, I mean, you have to. You can't keep every fucking clone, you
You
know what I mean?
can't
It's too
keep
fucking
two,
fun to work.
300 mothers without doing it
Yep.
because you can
Well, I
only
mean, you can
put
keep,
40
yeah,
on the
just like they,
shelf.
you can keep a few, you can keep a number of mothers maybe, but you cannot possibly have everything on the menu. Same thing with a restaurant. You know, Gordon Ramsay used to basically go to restaurants and kind of just make fun of them. First thing that people would do wrong is having a 4-page menu, 5-page menu. Oh, they're even on sale right now. Stuff is 20% off. What's the excuse, I wonder? It's not 710. Well, anyway, stuff is apparently 20% off. What do they got right now? Oh shit, lowest price I've seen, the Rainbow Belts 2.0. They've got lemon tree, Oreos, Obama Kush, Kush Mints, Gelinade, Memory Lost. That one again, they haven't had that for a while. Ice cream cake. Ice cream cake is a lovely cut, honestly. They've got the original glue that we've been talking about. Purple Punch. So far, all of these guys are on sale. Different prices, 24 or 40. Purple Punch is $24. Watermelon gelato. That sounds nice. That's $40. Duct
Oh
tape.
my god.
What? That one is, I think, GG4 to their face off. Is that right? That is GG4 to Dosido. I keep forgetting about the fucking Dosido. What else do they have here? They have apple fritter, Georgia pie, and I guess a new one, S dot. What is this one? S dot is sour dub to orange Tahoe. That would be, oh, it's bred by Obsolete. You'd like that smashed. I mean, it wouldn't be your kind of heavy indica, but it would be a ton of that orange flavor. Sour oranges. That would be, fuck, that would be yummy. That sounds great.
I look for the like liquor, like Pruno smell a lot with the orange
Oh, you
stuff.
might find it. You might find it with that sour dub. That was a nice. I think I'm thinking of the right plant. Flora would remember for sure. I think it was one of the genuinely sour phenotypes that I've come across.
Hmm.
Oh, Dead Fish Fan is saying, do you really like that permanent marker? I haven't had a chance to try it, I don't think.
I
Definitely
do
haven't
like
had a
permanent
chance to
markers.
grow it, that's for sure.
Man,
Flora
I
has tried it
grew.
and likes it. Who else?
I got
It's
used to it
fire.
after a while,
Hmm.
but
Used to
I
it, meaning
mean,
you
we
didn't like it very
ran
much?
4 rooms of it.
Right.
So
Nice.
I just got burned
I got
out
it.
on it, is what it was. But I do enjoy permanent marker too. It's a little bit lighter of a high
Yeah, I
for
want to get.
me, stone, but it's still good.
So
Still
I find
puts on a
there's no
nice hour
ceiling.
and a half high.
With me, the more I smoke it, the higher I get higher. Like it
Mhm.
doesn't give me a cap.
Yeah, that I want to try that, or not try. I want to get that again, but I do want to try the apples and bananas next.
Gastro
That's
pop's really good.
This here gets you really high. This gets me high at work for like 2.5 hours. It's an NL2 haze cross with an Afghani and another strain I forget.
This stuff hits pretty hard. It's wedding cake to Cindy 99.
Too much sativa
See,
from the
that's
Cindy for me. I don't care for sending 99. I do have a pack of seeds here that are a little bit older. I think they're when Duke was with them.
He wasn't with them for that long. I want to say maybe only a year. That didn't work out at all.
No. Well,
Hmm.
I could
I quite like
understand
Cindy.
why.
Oh yeah, the story. I mean, I'm sure we don't know the whole story, but yeah, from what I have heard,
Conflict of interest. We'll leave it at that.
a number of conflicts, even kind of something else.
Well,
Anyway, but pardon?
I said, well, I was just saying, one. I
It's
wasn't
a shame because
mentioning
on
the
paper,
8 or 9 other ones.
yeah, right. On paper, it would have been a great match, like I mean, kind of different guys and stuff. But I see the logic the Subcool had. There is a similarity to both their breeding. They're both. I want to say, even though whatever you can say a lot about Mr. Soul these days, but I think still he's in his heart a serious weed nerd. I think that was a big similarity to the two of them. So it's a shame that they didn't get to kind of marry those worlds. Duke is known for that really, really, really foul kind of side of cannabis, and Mr. Soul I think is known more for not as much for flavor, but more for those really ethereal, happy, cerebral sensations. Right? I think it would have been a really nice match. But again, obviously it didn't work out.
Yeah, I got to send Duke off his package of Thai seeds.
Mhm.
Like I said, I made up like 5 boxes. I offered Duke one. I offered, well, someone that's not with us anymore, and that's why his box came available up in Alaska. So, Jaime's box came available. But I picked out a couple seed breeders that deal with more longer flowering plants, but they also have some stuff I would like. So I made a deal. I said, hey, I'll send you these ties and you send me these.
Sounds like a win-win. All right. Stop threatening. I'm going to go smoke this joint. Hop on, folks, if you guys would like to join the conversation. You're more than welcome to. Like I said, just don't be a dick.
Yeah, I actually had like 3 hours of sleep because when I came home, I laid down and that was it. No dinner, no nothing. So far. My longest day was 8 hours and 45 minutes, and they're all 6.5 hour days. It's an hour driving, and you basically don't get a break. Well, you get a break, you go out and have a cigarette. I have like 2, 3 cigarettes a day, and that's it at work. Yeah, I'm actually working, guys. I've got the
Well,
scars to prove it because some idiot threw frozen fries in a fryer I already had going. So I looked like an Indian guy with a dot right in the center of my forehead from one of the pieces of oil coming up. I look like I'm Hindu or something.
I got a harvest. I got a whole bunch of blueberry kush harvesting soon.
I wouldn't mind trying some of that flour.
It's good. Always berry smell.
And now that we're wrecked, they don't, I've checked it out. There is no law in Ohio about gifting. And that's going to be a big sale point of my nursery is you can come in and you can kind of be undecided what you want and you can ask us and I'll hand you a gram and tell you, go out to the car and smoke it. And if you like it, come and buy the clones.
Yeah, this event on the 25th is going to be different. There's no actual weed there, like being sold. All dispensaries and seed companies.
I'd be skipping that unless I was trying to get into a facility to put my stuff on the market, which I've already talked to, and I've got a couple rooms already.
Still a good show. Plus, it's free. So,
Hey, if it's free, go to it.
supposedly, we got challenged to invite 200 people for free. I guess they're not really selling tickets and they don't want to flop, so they're giving away as many tickets as they can do.
Yeah. Because a lot of people see that as like an industrial show instead of a weed show. Now, I'm going up to Michigan Friday and Saturday to the Clio Cup. So, if there's anybody out there in Michigan out listening to us that have an air-cooled hood, some of the wires, a digital ballast, I don't need the bulbs, but I could use some of those because I have some disabled people and veterans on fixed incomes. And here in Cleveland, it's going to be cold, so those type of lights will be perfectly fine for them. And I am supplying their clones to them for nothing.
No,
I'm building their rooms for nothing if they're that disabled.
yeah, this is gonna be interesting Saturday or Sunday. Jizza from the Wu-Tang is gonna be there. I get to meet Jizza. You get to meet Collie Buds. Plus Boston's beautiful.
Right on.
Might catch me at the casino.
Yeah, I got to talk to Boston Bob.
Look, they know you're gonna be drunk when you leave, so they give you a card where you parked.
You know you're going to be drunk at a weed event.
Oh no, that's at the casino.
Okay.
They do have, I don't know. It's gonna be weird. This is gonna be a weird event.
It's going to be weird
it used
about
to be
my
a
monthly events.
Yeah, it used to be a grassroots thing. Now it's in Boston, like no small time producers unless you have a license. I was wondering about Maine licenses, but you can't technically cross state lines and shit. So if there's, yeah.
If you're not a large company or corporation like that, and you're like one of the people that were lucky enough to get one that are a regular Ohio person, I may invite those people to show up once a month. But once a month, I'm going to have a little event of the new clones that are coming out that month because I have to keep a rotating stock. It's either that or I just can't keep all the plants. But I'm going to have a rotating stock of about 40 different strains. But every month, I'm going to pull out anywhere from 12 to 20 different. You pay $150 a couple. You come in, you get a gram of each of the weed. And I have a friend that's willing to play music. And then as time goes on, we'll even have food. You bring your own bottle because I'm not going to serve alcohol at a weed event. That's stupidity, in my opinion. I mean, we're already pushing the limits with the weed events. We don't want to add alcohol to them and get screwed.
Oh,
Well, I wouldn't mind, but no alcohol.
I guess they're gonna have beer for sale at the big event.
Yeah, that's because some beer company gave him so much money.
Nice, Jess.
It's a whiskey and Wednesday or Saturday tonight.
Jess and Bean and Chaz says pressing some papaya rum cake.
Oh yeah.
And so here in Canada now, we're gonna be kind of like you guys in the States now. Soon, the next couple of weeks, we're gonna be able to buy wine and beer at the corner stores.
Cool. You don't have to go to the package store anymore.
Yo, look at this plant.
That sucked, by the way.
But, I don't drink, so it doesn't matter to me.
Dude, I don't know why it's
Where's this?
stacking like this.
Need some more ice.
Crazy.
It's supposed to be Donatello.
It's foxtailing like hell.
It's not even foxtailing. That's the whole structure. Look.
Wow. Okay, that'd be one I'd never grow again. Donatello.
This
But
is
you know,
Michelangelo.
some of my ties look like that.
So I'm saying, I don't know why it's growing like that. I keep looking for herms just because it's so funky.
You may have gotten one of the
Maybe you should shoot.
equilateral strength phenos of it.
I mean, I got enough light on. I got another one. This blueberry kush was.
Why don't you shoot Rasta? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Why don't you shoot Rasta Jeff message there, Smash? Maybe he can tell you.
Nah, I don't care that much.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Because
I'll end
see
up-
if he was
I'll
home.
end up grinding it all up and putting it into pre-rolls, probably. This is one of my blueberry kushes.
I
I got a whole
I love
20
blueberry
gallon
kush.
right here of blueberry kush. This big
Nice.
plant, it's blueberry kush.
He's on me. He'll bomb.
I got sour diesel, alludium, dumpster, and 4 different sour diesels going right now.
Yeah.
And yes, I am close
Right
to
on.
my 12 plant
Yeah.
count. Close.
Dead Fish fan says he's seen a few plants like that from Irie, from Rasta Jeff. It's not the first time he's seen wicked fox tailing. Cheers, Pet G. Cheers, everyone in chat.
It's nice.
I keep seeing, I don't know. I
on
keep
Wi-Fi.
looking for herms because I'm always fucking bugging out now.
From all the Sensi stars that we did over
Right
the
back,
years,
Coffee time.
Sensi Star will herm if you get the one pre-2008 from Paradise Seeds. You got to watch the bottom 5, 6 branches. They come on kind of late, so you may not get seeds or you may get a few, but you got to watch that. Now, the same Sensi Star after 2008, because they lost one of the parents, no longer does that. So if you got a pack of Sensi Star and they don't herm on the bottom, you have the second version of it. Just trying to drop some knowledge out there for people. Let you know your plants, because that herm got us one time.
Yeah, I had Critical Kush bags, or technically not a bag seed, but herm on me, and I had it pollinate a couple things. And I
Yeah,
keep
we were,
seeing pistils browning, and I'm like, all right. And then I sweep all the plants, and I'm like, all right, I don't see anything.
and then one little one opened.
But this plant is fucking crazy.
Holy shit, guys! I'm gonna end up with close to 50 hours by tomorrow. And then I work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'm off to Michigan. Sunday, I'm back to work for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Friday, I'm off to Hookahville for my birthday on Saturday. And I think I come back on Monday. So I'm working at this place, right? And they've got this big sign up that says, remember to clock in and clock out on the POS. And I have to laugh at it. And I said, I don't have a POS number, and I don't have a time card. My boss did give me like $20 today for gas, because I run back and forth between the restaurant and the hot dog place getting shit. I also stop at the store and buy stuff like certain cleaning things, items that you need to get along baseboards instead of a scrubbing pad. Yeah, I'm scrubbing floors, flipping hamburgers and fries, trying to stay away from all the good fucking ice cream. Oh my God, they've got a bourbon caramel pecan ice cream. If we could take out the pecans in it and add a little bit more caramel, I think we could take it like to the bar and sell
Mhm.
$14, $15 basically shot and a half of good bourbon and the ice cream. It'd be great during the summer. But yeah, I think I came up with a new one. And the place he gets his ice cream from, I think they can just leave out the pecans for a bit. But I have a little cup of that every day. That's deadly. The bourbon terpenes in it are pretty good. I like the caramel too.
There's another
This,
U.S. plant.
yeah, I won't see that for another 5 months.
Yeah, it's super tall. It's stretched a lot too.
Yeah, I've got 10-foot ceilings, so I don't worry about that.
I think
Because my mom decided that I wasn't gonna put four by eights in the garage. She decided I was gonna put up my dad's 10 by 20 canopy instead. I said, okay, give me an extra, 200 square feet. That's an extra 40 plants, people. That's a flowering room. But I'm in the state of Ohio, and you can't flower more than 12 plants. I've actually got a lawyer and I've got a detective that just retired last year from the city's police force. Because in the state of Ohio, clones are listed 3 different ways. If a plant has roots, it's counted. Then the next one amends that. And then the third one amends the first and second one. But to get my business license, I'm taking my friend who just retired from the police force so he can explain to him that, hey, what he wants to do, the plants don't have any THC in them. And I'm going to put it right next to my old friend's head shop. So the head shop's been there for like 24, 25 years. Which is cool. They buy a lot of my tie-dyes. I'm going to have to make some more in 2 months. I work 7 days a week, by the way.
So I got charged like $35 the other day for a pound and a half lobster and 2 sides.
A pound and a half lobster. Okay, that's a little bit over a pound and a quarters we get for like $6.
Yeah, I could go to the store and pay $8.99 a pound
Yeah.
and cook it myself. But I was on the wharf in Maine.
If
So
I
they
was at the fish market in Boston, I'd be doing the same thing.
they're probably taxing up the ass because it's Maine, Portland, Maine.
Well, at that price, $6 a pound, that's not bad because we normally pay in Boston, we normally pay like $5, $6 for the pound and a quarters. So yeah, that's not bad.
I mean, I figure a pound and a half lobster you could buy for $15. So,
$8, 9.
well, no, it's $8.99 a pound
Oh,
for a
yeah,
Maine lobster.
they're taxing like $2 a pound on that. Or you know what? I could have been gone so long that that is now the price. But $8.99 for a pound of lobster, you can't
Maine
beat that.
lobster.
You can't touch a lobster dinner in a restaurant for less than 40.
Yeah, so I ended up spending $50. It was really good. The lobster was okay.
I
I won't
love
go
it
back.
when the lobster's sweet.
Yo, I had the best chicken and waffles I've ever had at this place, Sojo's in Boston. They were the sweet. They were chicken tenders cut up on top of waffles with syrup draped over them. They were so good. Like, they're on my Instagram. If you want to look at them. I want to go back. They have Wagyu dumplings I want to try.
Oh, there's my other pack of cigarettes. Only one joint? Fuck. Oh, that's
I think
another good thing about my work. I can go out and smoke a joint and no one will say a word to me because they've all been told, oh, he's just a pot grower. So yeah, I go in really high. And then when I have to go to the restaurant, I can't get a cigarette in because going to the restaurant and back to the hot dog or the ice cream shop is only a full joint ride. So I got to park off someplace just to have a cigarette.
I don't know if I would work in the kitchen again.
I am doing this to help out a family friend that actually calls my dad once a week.
Yeah, but he's also probably paying you decent too.
Well, I told him get gas money and to help me out in finding a warehouse for one of his friends, and then a low point loan for $50K.
Okay.
And I told him I'd work for him for the next 65 days because next 65 days, all I'm doing is watching fucking grass grow and mom bitch. You're not doing anything. Yes, I am. I'm sitting on the front porch watching the hummingbirds.
Yeah.
She can't get over that, though. Me sitting on the front porch for like 3-4 hours in the morning.
Mm.
I always listen to music when I wake up.
It depends because sometimes I'm out there at like 6:30 in the morning because I'm coming home from work and just like falling asleep. Everybody has to understand this is like the first time I've had to work since like I was doing clones in Michigan, but I don't call that work because I enjoy it. But I haven't worked since 1994. Well, the chapter. I ran the storefront in the chapter, so I guess December of '99. So 24 years, I haven't put in 5 or 6, 7 days straight before for a long time. Yeah, they're 6.5 hour days, but you don't get no lunch. You're in a fucking kitchen, make whatever you want.
Dude, I used to create the craziest stuff when I worked in kitchens.
Oh, I'm addicted to the mozzarella cheese. I probably eat a quarter pound of cheese a day. It's going to get me sooner or later. I know that.
You ever go to Buffalo Wild, get the garlic parm and the Asian zing mixed together? It has such like an interesting flavor. It's like sweet and spicy almost, savory and
I
spicy.
I don't like spicy stuff in my pasta. It's unless it's a meatball or Italian sausage, then I expect it to have some spice.
No, I'm talking about chicken tenders.
Oh, and I'm
Buffalo
so
Wild,
sick of fucking tenders.
I love tenders.
No, just even cooking them. I hate them. They usually have like condensation buildup on them, like water. And when you go to put that in a deep fryer,
Yeah.
man, you better be standing a little bit off the
Yeah.
side from that fryer because that water and oil don't mix. I was
Mhm.
working with a kid yesterday, and he's really good on the griddle, except he made a mistake we do this Italian beef sub, and it's all like wrapped together, so you have to pull it apart. I'm mixing the juice sauce, which is really hot, and he just like from 2 feet away throws that in there, covers my arms, covers my face. Good thing I had a damp rag right next to me. I did tell him, I said, you've worked here longer than me, but I'm twice as old
Yeah,
as you,
man.
and you do that again, and I will beat your ass. Because he did apologize as soon as he seen what happened. But I tell you what, working there's been good for business. I did like 320 this week on the side. And I just picked up, if I wanted them, like 8 more customers, but I don't think so. I think I'm going to let the other guy take care of them and just wholesale him his shit.
One time I was working at a pizza place and
I was delivered
mixing up
with pizza.
I was mixing up the atomic wing sauce and I forgot to put my finger over the top of the bottle. It was one of the bottles that didn't have a cap. And I go to shake it and it goes right in my
I'm sorry. I thought you were going to say it went all over the kitchen,
No.
all over
Oh
the
no,
stainless.
I maced my fucking self. It was pretty much, dude, these wings were super hot. It had so much chili powder and fucking habanero. Yeah. My eye, right in my eye, both of them.
Probably had casais, yeah, capsaicin in it. Cassette, I can't even pronounce it right. Oh God. Getting 5 hours sleep and having long days. I was almost late for work today because I had to help my dad because my mom was gone. So I had helped my dad get dressed, make sure his tea was made and poured into his cup.
Right on. Cheers, everybody in chat. I hope everyone's having a great night. What's everybody smoking on? Let us know. I'm smoking on Bubba Kush at the moment. It's good.
Double OG.
Nice.
I wish it was a little stronger.
This stuff is sticky. Yeah. This stuff's all definitely sticky, icky. Ooh-wee.
Smash, is that coming across for you too with D
What?
breaking up?
It looks like he's frozen.
Okay. I just didn't know if it was my internet or not.
No, yeah, I think it's me.
We've been having
Who, me?
tremendous storms here. We just got done with like 6 days of no power. There's over 500,000 people in the Cleveland area without power.
Yeah, D, your video is frozen.
Don't sign off and drop the show, D.
I'll definitely be going back to that Captain's Cannabis in Maine. It was really good.
Goddamn name.
I think I'm the host. We'll wait for D to come back. I'm gonna probably sneak away and eat. Um,
Oh
I've been
wow!
looking for like an e-scooter or an e-bicycle or something. I really want one.
I think an e-bike would be better than an e-scooter for you. Smash.
Yeah, but I'm only gonna be using it at like events and stuff. Like the other day after I went to go see Ghostface Killer, we were walking around Boston, and if I had an e-scooter in the trunk, it would have been the perfect time. Because
Then
after I
your
hate my
friends
gym,
would have been walking and you would have been scoot.
oh yeah, I don't care. That's his fault. Not being
Oh
efficient.
wow!
I'm
The next event you'd want to tell me, hey, I want you to go. I tell you, go fuck off after that one.
nah. I'm
Yeah, I
efficient.
would.
I don't. I'm efficient. If I'm going somewhere,
And you
and I can
leave me
still.
walking and you're on wheels. That's a
It's your
fuck
fault.
you
It's
at
not my
the end
fault.
of it.
I Uber places. I don't walk. For real. You think I'm kidding?
No, but I know the reason why you want all this shit and you can't afford it.
Oh, I can afford it. I just don't know what I want.
You want it, but you talk about I want this, I want that, I want this, I want that. Oh, I Uber
I want an
everywhere I go. I
e-scooter.
do this everywhere I go. That's where all your money goes. If you save that, you could buy the fucking equipment you really want and
What are you
have the
talking about?
garden you really want.
So I have the garden I want. What the fuck are you talking about? I can
You're
buy things
always
to have fun.
saying
I go to the casino to have
that I
fun
want
and
this,
spend
I
money to
want
have
this,
fun.
I want
I
this.
I make money. These are fun tokens. These are to have fun with life. That's why I make money. To enjoy my life. I'm not gonna fucking hide it away. I'll never become a millionaire, so I'm gonna enjoy the life I have now. Before I'm too old to enjoy it or dead.
Well, you may get too old and find out that you're penniless. If
Nah,
your
I'll never
family
be penniless.
doesn't give you the house,
We'll never be penniless. Trust me on that.
okay, then you're either a trust fund baby or an insurance fund baby.
Captain, how much money you got in your pocket?
Right now, 3,200. How much I got in the bank? Six figures.
I always have money. Money's not the problem.
I
But
carried a couple thousand on me because I never know when a pound's gonna show up.
that's true.
You
I always
know.
have I always have extra money.
Yeah.
No, for real. Money's I don't know. I make money to have fun, man. I don't make
Believe
money.
me, I had fun for 8 years in Thailand, brother. You don't even know the fun that's there,
That's the thing.
especially if you're
I
coming
spent
from an outlaw life. I
I
mean,
spent a
it's
lot of
like
my life
living in
getting high.
Mexico in 1880s.
So I spent 15 years of my life not being able to do anything I wanted, just doing drugs.
Well,
So now that
again,
I'm
that's your
sober,
choice.
I'm going to enjoy the life I have as much as I possibly can. I'll always be able to
Well,
make more money.
I'm glad you're not on the drugs, though, brother.
I really like.
I found out there's only one hospital here in Cleveland that actually gives out narcotic pain medication. And it's not the Cleveland Clinic either. It's Metro. When I found that out, I said, okay, no problem. They're going to give me probably whatever I want because they have like 3 feet of a file on me from when I fell.
I
That's
wish I
why
had a
that
disability.
hospital's the best. I don't have disability. I took the payout and I never
Oh, hell
should
yeah.
have because the doctor appointments and the doctor visits that I still have eat me alive.
Dude, I got fucked. When I was young, I got hit by a car and I only got like 30 grand.
I got hit by a car and basically at that time he got up and walked away.
I did too. That was the problem. I got up and I ran around. And I told the lady it wasn't her fault, but I was in like third grade and she was crying and I didn't know what to say. I literally just, the guy said I flew 8 feet in the air. I landed on the hood and rolled off. I had to get laser surgery on my face for broken blood vessels. I didn't break any bones because I had the scooter on the other side of me and it projected me up and I landed flat on the hood. They said if I didn't have the scooter, I'd probably be dead. And then recently, I just got into a really bad car accident. I think I showed the pictures on here. I fucking trashed the Subaru. Almost went through the fucking window.
With a seatbelt
Yeah,
in a Subaru,
yeah.
then
Hit
there
a
ain't
pole.
nothing left of the front of that Subaru.
No, the whole thing was pushed in. It was literally not even
Yeah,
salvageable. Yeah, airbags deployed. Hit the front of the car, broke all my side windows too.
the last time I had my airbags deployed, my head hit the side window and shattered it.
I all I know is I smelled when I hit, it smelled like fire
Burning rubber.
to me. And I was like, oh shit. And my horn's going crazy. So I jump out, I crawl out, really, and I was delivering, I was working. It
I had a
started
cop
with
tell me to stay in my car.
no, I
I
got out right
told him,
away.
fuck you, it's on fire. And
Um,
then the next day, where I was at, there was like a 4.5 inch drop in the cement right there. Literally the next day, they were out there grinding that down because they knew that I could have had a big lawsuit against them.
yeah, I
But
didn't get a
that's another
lawsuit.
one that you don't take
I was working, but
advantage of.
I was working, but I was working under the table. That was the
Alright.
problem. I was
My
delivering
me-
for the place around here and started to snow, and then
Yeah,
turned
man.
to ice super quick, and I didn't realize it. But all right, I don't know where D went. I gotta eat real quick.
All right, well, I guess I'll be here.
I'm gonna wait until he comes back again. My phone's at 3% too. Like, I just had to plug it in. I think we're going to Atlantic City, Maryland this year to go to Champs. Since the Vegas trip's not happening anymore.
I wouldn't. I had tickets supposedly to go to Champs from somebody, and they kind of like fucked me over. Oh, well,
Um,
here's like 2 years ago pass. It looks like this year's pass. You can try it. Dude, you told me you had a ticket for me, a pass. You didn't tell me you had one from 2 years ago. Well, we gave out the pass that we had to someone else. And oh, yeah, I'm not going to be able to drive to come see you or pick you up. You still want to go? Nope.
well, this is in Maryland, which is going to be an easier trip. It's going to be less money to go to Maryland than Vegas.
Yeah, but I was already in Vegas because the ice storm.
It was fun. Las Vegas was fun.
Front
Happy.
Spear Street on acid is fun.
I'm really happy I got to experience the last one.
Smash goes for Pokemon Go, and we just take acid to get that.
I need someone in Japan getting me Pokemon cards, bro. I need the Japan plug.
Actually, you really want the 2 packs that I have sitting here. Supposedly, they're both Charizard cards.
Um, yeah, there's a bunch of Japanese cards I've been collecting. Gee, your internet is garbage.
Yeah, you're a robot.
All right, well, I guess I'll have to stay on. Where's
As
Bud?
long as Dee's not the host, he can jump off and then come back on Zoom.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Let me make sure I can make you the host. Um, oh, you might already be a co-host.
Well,
We're
I
still
don't.
technically in here too.
Okay. Yeah, well, he just turned his camera off, probably trying to fix everything. So I can actually say that I smoke more joints at work than I do cigarettes.
That's the way I want to go out. I use nicotine pouches.
Everybody at work has those fucking vape pens and they're hitting them at work. And I'm like, hey, I smoke flower. I can't smoke those. So I'm going to go out and smoke a half a joint.
These things honestly help me not smoke when I go out now.
I just roll extra joints
I got
because
I
I smoke everywhere.
got a vape too. D, your internet is not working. I can't even hear you.
I know.
Oh wait,
I know.
I heard you.
Yeah, exactly, hardcore. But 3. I got 3 computers pretty much going off of one hotspot.
Oh, wow.
Mobile hotspot. Yeah, right now. My internet, my Wi-Fi shit the bed last night, so I've been having to use my data.
So I have Mint Mobile now, and I didn't realize it was always you pay 3 months. I thought
Yeah.
it was you pay 3 months at first to get a good price, and then it's monthly after that.
No.
But no, they want you to pay 3, 6, or 12 up front.
But it's only like 15, $20 a month.
So $120 for unlimited for 3 months.
So it's $40 a month.
Yeah.
the same as I pay for my phone, but you probably get better reception because they buy time off of different towers. T-Mobile here in Ohio sucks ass.
I think I'm gonna go to Visible by Verizon. $20 a month, unlimited talk, text, and data, and it's Verizon, which they have the best cell service around me, and I can pay monthly. So if I don't want to
I
pay
was
20 at once, I don't have to.
I was thinking about going with Spectrum because that's our cable company here, like most places.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
But I figured, they'd have good service.
Probably.
When our power was out, we didn't we had to travel 3 to 4 miles to get a phone call out.
I'm trying
Okay,
to
if you're gonna
think.
use Spectrum, sorry, go ahead.
Good, D. I'm
I'm
good.
gonna say if you're gonna use Spectrum, make sure you call the right
You're a
people because there's
robot.
lots of
I can't hear anything.
scammers out, Spectrum scammers out there right now. We're trying to combat them.
Yeah,
Um,
well, here I just call up Spectrum because they're our cable company, our internet provider.
I've actually heard of people having Comcast cell phone service.
I didn't even know there was Comcast still.
Yeah, that's still a thing. It's not around here. Wait, yeah, it is.
That's
I got
like one of the
Verizon.
first ones.
I got Verizon, FiOS, so fiber optic. Love it.
When I moved to Thailand, I had a 1 gig upload and 1 gig download fiber optic. They literally ran the wire to my house from the street because I was the first one in my village to get fiber optic. That's why I'm surprised that I was breaking up in Thailand. I mean, I've got a 1 gig upload and a 1 gig download, and the router's like 15 feet away from me.
But it's probably just Thailand problems.
No,
'Cause
Thailand has like the best communications in Asia right now. Everything is brand new fiber optic.
so they're probably just trying to work all the kinks out of because you guys have a lot of outages, power, right?
Nope.
Oh, so yeah, maybe they're just trying to work the kinks out of where.
But I've had it for 7 years.
Huh, maybe, maybe they just said "fuck you," we don't care, Gringo.
Actually, no, because when I call up, there's a guy at my door within like 25 minutes, 30 minutes. They do it a little differently there. They have repair technicians like in the different villages. So when you call for a water problem or electric problem or cable problem, they're there within a half an hour.
Oh, dude, I was looking
They may
at
not fix it, but they're
someone
there.
was showing a Thai gas station. It was like self-serve. You put like coins in the thing.
Yeah, I've got a couple pictures on my IG. The ones even better than that are the ones that are out in rural Thailand.
Just the
And
people.
the lady has like this
Coca-Cola
10,
bottles.
10 no, a 10 gallon cylinder and she cranks the handle on the 50-gallon drum to get how much gas you need out. Now, also in Thailand, but mainly in Cambodia, yeah, gasoline. You stop along the side of the road and buy it out of a glass Pepsi or Coke bottle by the liter. But
That's what
you're
I.
usually only riding a scooter, so 4 liters would get you 150 miles.
Um, that's funny.
Hey, how's test 1 2 1 2?
Hey, that Coke bottle and the
Sound
50
good?
gallon drum, that's in downtown Phnom Penh, right next to the palace. So it's not like it's out in the boonies.
Ooh.
That was screwed up. Seeing the place next to my friend's restaurant go up in flames in a matter of minutes.
I've seen a firework stand go up in flames. That shit was crazy. I think it was in Thailand, honestly, or China,
Japan,
maybe.
China.
Maybe China.
They had one go off a couple years ago. It didn't hit the powder room, but it set off a warehouse full of them.
Seems to happen more often than you would think. I think
Yeah.
it's always. I feel like it's always because some old guy's smoking.
No, it's actually static from your body.
I'm just kidding, but I, I always I always feel like you see it over in China, and you just picture some like old dude sitting on a stool smoking a cigarette in there.
You don't think about that, but your body does create electrical charges. And if you go into a powder room, you will set the fucker off and go up in a big boom.
I think you were supposed to ground yourself even before you pump gas and stuff. You're supposed to like touch your car.
I'm sorry, guys. I need to step away for a second. I need to go put my somewhat clean clothes in the dryer, and I'm out of ice, and I'm not out of bourbon or Pepsi. So,
Trying to
see you
charge
in
my.
all about in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I really might get an e-scooter to ride around like Boston. But and I could use it here too, or any event I go to. Really,
What's the fuck?
I've been going to Boston a lot though lately. Even at the casino, like just hanging out.
Yeah, you're pretty good on a scooter.
Yeah, I messaged a couple of people to try to buy one today. No one hit me back. Oh, I haven't looked for it.
Cool. How much are they about?
I'm trying to get a used one, so you can get one
Really
anywhere
low.
between. I don't know. It seems like lowest you'll ever find one is like $80. The highest can go up to still 500, 600.
Oh,
Some of the
eight.
e-bikes are over 1,000.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I would love a fucking
Rip.
Chiron.
Sure. Is that a brand?
Yeah, it's like an motorcycle almost. They go like
Uh-huh.
60.
Nice. Yeah. D-bikes can go to 30.
They rip though. I can't believe how fast they can go down the
I've seen a
street.
scooter in New York going 65 on the highway.
Uh-huh.
It was like a
Yeah, but then you
super
need
hot.
like
It was
a
like
license though for that then, right? I mean,
he didn't have a
right.
license.
And
I can tell you
insurance. Yeah.
that. It was one of those souped up like 14,000 watt scooters.
Yeah. No, they're good. No, I love I got my electric bike. It's great. Fat tires and suspension. It's killer. Yeah, and that battery's good. It lasts a long time. I could pretty much go out like for like maybe like 5 or 6 hours. Like not just all electric, but as much as one a good amount. Yeah, you can go for hours and hours. Yeah, they're good. But how much is a new scooter? Like I've seen those scooters and uni wheels.
Um, it depends. It all depends on the make model. Like the Chinese companies have a whole bunch of them.
They're not like over $1,000 though, like e-bikes or like that.
Really
Like you had a
fast.
decent one, that's about the start.
Some of the really fast ones are, but most of them are under 1,000 for a scooter.
Yeah, yeah, I think they're a lot less. Yeah, probably just a few hundred, I would think, you can get a new one for.
So this is the scooter, the S, the Slack Core, world's fastest electric scooter, 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, yeah,
So
you can
this is
get crazy fast.
the foot. So it's just casually going 50 miles an hour. You know what I mean? These ones are real expensive. It's like a high-powered RC car, like that you soup up almost. Crazy, right?
Yep. Yeah, you got all sorts of things. Basically electric motorcycles and yeah, electric, like little electric, like Vespas, moped kind of things.
I used to like the
Like
old.
smaller wheels than a bicycle.
I used to like the 70s mopeds with the pedals, but it had a motor. You just use the
Yeah,
pedals to start it.
yeah,
Those are my favorite. But being electric makes it more convenient because you can drive it more places without being a nuisance.
yeah. It's quiet. Yeah, you can go further.
I don't know. I don't know if you can go further on than gas,
Oh yeah,
but
nothing gas. Yeah,
gas is just a nuisance. It's like a lawnmower, not a lawnmower, like a weed whacker engine or a fucking, you know what I mean? It's like one of those small engines. They're loud.
yeah,
Even with the mufflers, they were kind of loud.
yeah. The electric stuff now too. They offer a lot of like hell, like they just give money to help buy something electric.
Yeah, I missed out. They had a sign for grants to get one, and I gotta figure out when they're doing it again. Because that would be cool if they paid for a fucking e-bike.
Uh-huh.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that they did around here, like yeah, in different like you said, different stages, and it's like, oh
Yeah,
yeah, we gave out all our grants now, but we'll let you can sign up to let be known when they do it again. And yeah, they do it again.
What up, D?
They did it more than once.
Oh, hi. Always wanted to do that. How's my audio now? Can you guys hear me better?
Yes.
It's all shit.
and
You
yes, I
sound,
am high.
What?
you sound fine.
Sorry, smashed?
You sound fine.
Okay, thank you.
It's coordination to fill a bowl, but roll a joint too while you're talking. I realized, like, man, I didn't get far at all doing this while I was just talking there.
So where the show is this coming up Sunday, it's like a funnel for wind. So it's super windy in there. I gotta account for that this year.
My friends wanted me to go to a Halloween festival, like 2 hours north of Grand Rapids. I said, "You mean at the end of December? Are you fucking crazy?" You better have some sort of heater in your van, not a tent, in a van.
And if you got a tenant, it's got to be one of the ones that's all season with a small.
Yeah, mesh top to it.
There's all winters or all like there's tents you can put little stoves in, and they have already pre-built holes for the chimney and shit.
Yeah, but those are expensive. Those are
They are
like
expensive.
400, $500 for a decent one.
I'm gonna check Timu.
I like the yurt type ones where they're just, octagon. Those work really good. You can put a nice fire in that, and smoke goes right up the center. But yeah, 2 hours north of Grand Rapids in December. Are you crazy? It's going to be like 20, 30 degrees.
Fuck
You can buy
that.
it.
You laugh at that. You live in Toronto, so you understand.
So I could get
Yeah.
King Hot Camp 4 season cotton teepee tent for camping with stove outlet for $73 on Team.
Okay, that's a teepee style, so it's a cone style. Does it give you like 12-foot fucking beams you have to put up to get it actually to stand up?
It's 11 foot wide.
Yeah, I understand that. But it's also going to be 11 feet tall
Yeah,
in the center. And
doesn't look good.
if you don't have an extra person to help you put that up, good luck. I put up a lot of teepees in my time too.
Just get a couple Amish people to come over and help you. I'm sure they can help you build a TP.
This one looks super
But
nice.
they just build you a tiny house. It's quicker.
But they sure can raise a barn.
I told a girl the other day I could raise more than a barn.
Wah, wah.
Oh my God, I gotta watch it. I even have to watch the way I talk around at work because there's a bunch of girls that are still in high school. So I've actually cut down on my swearing a lot. except when you get hot oil and grease and a juice sauce in the face.
I believe it's that.
This guy's worked with my friend for like 5 years, and after I got done getting all the shit out of my face and off my arms, I told him, you ever do that again, I don't care, you're a friend of Anthony's, we're going outside. That was stupid, throwing a big chunk of meat into boiling a juice sauce. I'll give you one fuck up in the kitchen, but if you fuck up again and get me, nah. I'm either leaving or we're going out in the parking lot.
How's it rolling with
I've been thinking about doing.
Yeah, roll them up. Roll them up. Roll
So
'em up.
I got 5 cuts that I've been trying to get since 1998. I got 5 cuts of the same one because the guy actually let me have the last 5 for $100.
That you kill you?
So I've got the Lithium Q36, as they call it.
Mm-hmm.
Strain actually came out of Eastern Pennsylvania, though. And one guy brought it to the Akron Canton area, and it was given out to like 3 people, and that was it. And then he gave it out to somebody in Ohio, and I told him not to, and he did anyways. And it went from a big dollar cut to a $20 cut really quick. And people wonder why I don't share some of the clone only fucking plants I have. They screwed the lemon G before I got back. You can get real cuts of lemon G now for like 25, 35 bucks.
That's a good price.
You go to California and they're $10.
Yeah, that's really.
And if you go to some of the events here in Ohio and the guy hasn't really sold anything, $7 to $10 a cut.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, you were just at 25, but I guess you haven't sold a fucking thing.
100's fair, actually. You know, like for a pack, basically a pack of seeds, fair price for a pack of seeds. Something good, you know. So something good, you know. So yeah, anything like that.
I just started to make
50.
money off TikTok. Have a store open up. I've been thinking I gotta put more stuff in the store. But I can also promote products on my TikTok and they'll pay me if someone buys it through my video. They sent me free samples of a gaming keyboard and a gaming mouse. It was pretty dope.
Yeah.
So I'm going to open up my nursery and I'm going to kind of dedicate it to my friend. I'm going to call it Kathy's Green Flower Nursery. And on the back of the t-shirt, it's going to have a nice bud with the name on the back in the circle. And on the front, it's just going to have the name.
That's all true.
I just released a new logo.
So guess what,
Yeah.
guys?
It's dope.
1 month from today is when I had my accident. So next month on the 16th, 30 years. And yeah, that's why I'm drinking right now, is because I don't have any medication, and that's the only thing that's helping with the pain. So that sucks. I'm back to alcohol. That won't last a month.
Mm. Yeah, damn.
Hopefully, I'll be able to get a quick doctor's appointment at Metro since I spent enough time there. 30 days in ICU.
That's a
And
good
then within
story.
7 days, they kicked me out of the hospital. Fucking workers' comp.
Yeah. Well, at least it was something, though.
I should have never taken that settlement. God damn. Of course, when I applied for it, I didn't think I was going to have to sell my house in Michigan. I thought I could just like close it up for 2 years. But it was wrapped up in a trust.
Oh,
So
shit.
not only do I have no fucking credit, I don't have a house either.
I've been working on my credit. I'm trying to get it back good. When I was an addict, I fucked that shit up.
Mine's like 790, 800. It fluctuates. I don't know why it fluctuates. I could probably go out and buy a house, though. It's because when I did take the settlement, I paid off my credit cards every like 2 weeks. So I
Yeah, you
never
definitely want to pay
carried a
them off.
balance.
Or yeah, actually, it's good to have a balance and then pay it off. That's the thing. They like you to
I'm
borrow
actually
money and pay it off.
I'm actually talking to a lawyer because I had a checking account with them since like 2003. And then I had my checking account and a preferred account. So every time I would get overdraft, or it would be an overdraft on my checking account, they would just pull the money out of my preferred account. They closed my checking account that was attached to all my credit cards, and I didn't find out for like 6 months. I lost all those credit cards. I went from a $12,000 Discover card down to $500. And that's the only
sucks.
credit card I have.
It sucks. But you
My
can build
bank
it back up.
fucked up. My bank fucked up, and I've been trying to go back over the paperwork. I sent it twice from Thailand, and they kept on telling me they didn't get it. Well, their main office is in Cincinnati. That's a 5.5 hour drive for me. I'm gonna go down and hand deliver the fucking thing, because there's like $3,000, $4,000 missing out of my account because of a fraud that I told them about. They sent me a new credit card 2 years ago. I have yet to activate it until I get this bullshit taken care of. And I know where the guy works that actually got my number, and now they're a Red Roof hotel. It happened at a hotel from a manager, because he thought I was reaching in my car to pull out a gun after him.
All right, I gotta get out of here, guys. Be safe.
Peace.
Hey,
Smash.
see you, Smash. Good luck on TikTok.
Mhm.
You know, if you're in Michigan or Ohio and you're a manager and you're having words with someone's that pissed off at your service, don't follow them out in the parking lot. You're going to get shot.
Yeah. Like the whole Midwest, you're active. That's all active now. Because of politics, everyone's thinking about it, talking about it. It's like news.
Well, Ohio,
Yeah,
Ohio
Ohio.
did away with the concealed gun permit. You can have a
Oh,
concealed gun now in Ohio, not have to have a permit for it.
oh wow. And not have a permit.
Yeah,
Yeah, just you need a gun permit, but
you
not
were
concealed.
allowed to strap it to your waist, but a couple years ago they did away with the concealed weapon permit.
Yeah. Yeah, but then also you guys just went legal too. So with rec. So yeah, you guys are
Right.
in the news all the time. Ohio, Michigan, Minnesota,
It
Illinois,
only took them
Chicago. You guys,
7 months to open up the rec stores.
the DNC convention's coming up in Chicago.
Yeah, that's like
Midwest
six
is
and a half
hot.
hours, and unless I'm flying through Illinois, I ain't stopping in Illinois.
No.
That
Fuck
that
no.
was one of the conditions when I got out of Illinois was to never come back.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like,
And
yeah, just a mess.
I said, your cops are assholes. I'm never coming back. Thank God I said that after I got sentenced. Well, dude, they wouldn't give me a bond for 9 months. I did three and a half months doing 23 and 1s in the medical department. That sucked because they were all glass doors and metal doors, so you couldn't talk to anybody. The only good thing that came out of that was meeting the father to the third highest ranking Latin king in Chicago. And the fact that the diabetic guys that were in there that were older, they would still get sugar packets and they'd give me the sugar packets so I would slowly come down from not having sugar or caffeine because they knew you were going to crash one way or another. Just God, thank God I wasn't using the medication like I was. And I actually got, I got the captain of the little town that they took me to before they took me out to county in the morning. And I actually got him to go into my pill bottles and bring me one of the green 100 milligram pills. And he did. And that actually saved my life. That's a time released 100 milligram morphine that I actually got in jail. Man, did that help. I showed up to jail kind of high, county. I told them as they were taking the shackles off,
Always.
I said, look at my record. I should be in medical. I have 23 allowed conditions that make me disabled. And look at the medications you just took me off of and tell me I'm not going to kill the first person that mouths off to me. Right in the medical I go.
Yeah.
I didn't mind it because I'm used to like being by myself, and that really made it easy. I read a
Yeah.
lot of books.
Yeah. So you're probably supposed to stay out of Chicago too, right? Then. after that.
Well, let's just put it this way. I don't care to go back,
Yeah,
really.
but definitely, yeah.
One of the big
Wow.
sports card shows is in Chicago, but I did enough at the National here in Ohio. I don't have anything else to sell. I sold like $3,800 worth of shit out of a backpack.
Wow.
Yeah.
I got some baseball. I should talk to you about these baseball cards that I have sometime. Wax packs
Hey,
and
actually, wax packs, if you have any from like the 70s, early 80s, like football or basketball, some of those are really expensive.
really that's wow, it's just baseball I thought back then.
Okay.
That was good.
Baseball, unless
That was
they're
good, but maybe yeah, they got
85
some,
and before, nope. 86, they just overproduced them.
yeah. And I've got like an upper deck set from
That
like
should be an 80,
1990.
oh,
Yeah, so it's not
1990.
yeah.
You
So
want
it's
the
like just missed.
89 with
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Griffey
the rookie.
rookie.
Yeah.
But he's card number one in that set. So he's at the end of the box. And a lot of times that card isn't quite that good of a quality. There's
Huh.
usually a couple dings on it. Because there's certain factory sets that I'll buy just to pull certain cards out now to send them in to get graded. Like I should
Hmm.
have opened up one of those Pokemon packs and had them grade that Charizard out of there because
That's
those
amazing.
were a promotional Thailand edition only. And not all the 7-Elevens got them. And the ones that did only got 2 or
Thank
4.
you. Don't forget.
It's crazy.
No, we did juice.
So there's less than like 50,000 of those cards out there. And I have the whole box and the drink container that comes with it. I even have the cap off of the drink that came with it because you can sign in on their website with the cap and win other prizes. I should do that soon just so I don't expires and I lose out myself. Oh, man.
Yeah, it's hard to
What's the
tell what's
value?
gonna go up in value, inflation. Everything. Like my old LPs, my albums, they've gone up a huge amount and I did sell some, yeah,
Yeah,
and those were easy to sell, but they've gone up even more. And I
yeah,
have
don't
had a
tell
good
me about
I
that
have a good select.
because
Like I have a collection with Japanese imports and half speed masters of like Pink Floyd and Doors and Stones and like the Outlaws. I've got like their an album of theirs and I think a Police.
I
Yeah, from
had
that time
like the
period.
white albums. I had
Fuck the
like
police.
6 of them that had the pictures inside, and I sold all my albums to clear them out of my parents' house. To like, it took 4 kids that were like 17, 18, and their parents to buy them all. But I said, at this price, I'm taking all of the Abbey Road pictures from the album that they put out. I forget what album that was, but they included photographs of them on the White Album. So I took those all out because those are like $45 a set.
Don't you think isn't it worth more just to, with the album and complete album with it?
I was moving weight. I didn't care about it
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
You know,
Like the
yeah,
Jap imports would
I
have the
knew
lyrics.
there was $400 or $500 in white albums there
Oh,
with the photos in them. But like I said, it took, you know, a few of them and their parents to buy my collection. They even brought over a record player and put a lot of them on there to make sure they weren't warped.
yeah. No, that's a good thing to do.
I had some decent records. That was
Yeah.
like a $2,300 deal. You have to
Nice.
understand my album collection was like 1,100 albums.
Yeah. It's not even that much per album, but yeah. I haven't
Well,
checked,
I
but
had
yeah,
like seven
nowadays.
or eight. I had like 7 or 8 of the White albums. Abbey Road, I probably had 5 copies of that. The the song remains the same from Led
Uh-huh.
Zeppelin.
Zeppelin, yeah.
I probably had that double album. I probably had 8 of them.
Yeah. The Houses
I
of
was
Holy,
buying them
Jap
when they
import.
were I was buying them when they were a quarter and 50 cents a piece. And now you want to give me
Uh-huh.
$20, $30 a piece on them? Yeah, they're gone because they're heavy as shit.
Yeah. You know what
Albums are
else is?
heavy.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. And they take
I
up a lot of
found my
space.
45s. I've got 6,500 45s. You know, you guys
That's a
see
little
this
odd,
post,
but
you see this poster in front of me. You know, this is like the stuff I showed you on here is not even 1/50th of the collectibles that I have. Wait till you see all the soft glass that I bring out.
cool.
That's from Italy and Scandinavia, soft blown glass.
Hmm.
I've got some really killer items. I've got some killer 1950s items too, like high dollar ticket items. I had a living room that was mid-century modern, and I picked it all up before it got really expensive. So I had Wakefield, I had all that expensive shit.
Uh, but oh, so you know what surprised me is worth a lot. I had a reel to reel, a Revox, still have it, but I have
Reel to
a case.
reels, I have some of
Yeah,
those.
I have a case of Maxell. I don't know, like the 12-inch reel to, but that's actually worth a lot. Just as real to, I guess they don't manufacture or it's expensive to get good high quality. You know, I mean, that was produced in Japan. Magnetic tape these days, I guess. But that's worth at least as much as I paid for it, and probably more. I think
Well,
like at least $20 a reel.
I threw out a bunch of whole VHS blanks, and now I'm finding out that those are like 35 and $40 that I was throwing out.
Huh.
Each pack of like 3.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know what they use them for. Like I could see real
Well,
to
you
real
never
might be used for
know.
something still. You know, it's such a generic thing, just reel of magnetic tape, you know. But
Sports cards were dead in 2016, and then COVID hit. But I will tell you this, all the sports cards like pre 1928, 27, 28 have only gone up like 10 to 15%. And that's where the real money is.
yeah,
All
I've
this
seen
new
I
shit.
remember.
I seen 6 figures on a few cards that were only 2 years old, 3 years old, 5 years old. 6 figures, and people were buying them. I'm like, God
They were
damn, you
printed
might as
only
well
a few
go to the
years back.
casino and put it all on black.
Why? Why are they so expensive? Was it like a misprinted stamp or something?
No, what they did is they started making, because my set, when they first came out with this, was leaf limited. And you could have a 1 of 1, a 1 of 5, a 1 of 10, a 1 of 25, 1 of 50, and 1 of 100. And my set was all on 1 and 5 and under, or 1 and 10 and under. I didn't have more. I only had 2 1s, but that was like 2001 when those came out, or 3, and that started it. Now these cards are coming out autographed with a patch on them, and they're 1 of 1. And the boxes that they're coming out of, there's 8 packs, and the boxes cost $450 wholesale.
Damn, I don't know anything of this. Wow, this is like a whole different
There was a
world of.
box that came out that had 4 packs. You got 4 cards, and it was $16,000. They were $4,000 a pack.
So
So
these
that
are
meant they were
like high-end trading
$4,000
cards,
a
huh?
card. It
This is
came
like
in a metal fucking fiber case and everything.
we should have some gold and some, some other studded stones or something too on it or something. That,
Yeah, when gold
I
hit
guess in the
like
future.
33, I dumped a lot of it.
Yeah, shut up. You were right about that shooting up. But what's now like 25 or something?
Yep. When it got to
I
33, I
didn't even
dumped
know it hit
100
30. When was
ounces
that? When was that? I
just
didn't
a
even know it
couple
hit
of
that
weeks,
high.
like a month ago.
Was that like around like the assassination time or something? That was
Is you
if
mean
that happened,
you
that
mean a
really
propaganda
shut up.
stunt?
Well,
A
I don't know.
propaganda stunt? I'm sorry, I'm not going to talk any more politics.
Yeah, no more, I guess. But but it was a time when yeah, the world, took a pause about like, oh shit, something could happen and start, the whole financial markets. So yeah,
Yeah, but that's when the
probably
sports
drop and gold
cards
shot
in
up.
2020 went up.
It's up like, and recently it was the Japanese thing that it was just like, oh, but that was like a 3-day scare or something. But that's like all like, oh, that's gone. Also,
If you can take it to Shanghai and get it through the border, you can get $200 more an ounce for gold in Shanghai
huh?
than you can off the New York metals exchange price.
There's all
Two
those. That's
hundred
like
dollars an ounce.
that's like the Japanese carry that they were talking about, where it was just a, they call it a carry trade, just because Japan had zero interest rates, and yeah, you could take Japanese money and just like buy treasury bills or some stock with a dividend. It's secure,
That was one of
more
my
fairly
mistakes,
steady.
is I didn't put money into the Vietnamese treasury bonds. They average like 10% a year. And when I got my settlement, interest rates were like 1%.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, and then the Japanese banks scared everyone. They suddenly raised their interest rates, so that's why, like that carry trade, that's why everyone freaked out because all of a sudden they had to sell their treasury notes or whatever and wanted to pay back.
Well, see, the treasury notes is the way that the treasury backs their paper money, really.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
That's gonna there's gonna
That's pretty
be
solid.
an awakening here in the United States within the next year, year and a half or so. And yeah, a lot of people are gonna be screwed because their paper fiat currency ain't gonna be worth shit. It's all gonna go inflated. And then the only way you can actually keep your wealth that you have now is to put it in silver or gold. Gold is a bit high, but it has come down a little bit. But silver fluctuates. It's a lot heavier, but you get a lot more of it for your money.
Yeah. No, it
But
seems better than gold right now. Like it hasn't shot up.
but if I had the money, I'd go out and buy 10 ounces of gold because I can put 10 ounces of gold coins in my pocket and run. I can't put, the same amount of silver on my back
Yeah,
and run.
yeah.
What do you got? 150 pounds of silver?
Guess they would say Bitcoin then would be the thing. And yeah, that had a big shoot up with first Trump and then I guess it was Kamala Harris, one of
It
the
dropped
Democrats.
down to like 40,000 and then it's back up to like 60,000 now.
Yeah. But
I have a
but I mean
friend that
I don't believe the dollar's gonna like, crash or anything like that.
it's
Unless like
inflation. It's the inflation that's going to happen. And it's going to be like the Zimbabwe fucking $1 trillion bill.
yeah,
I
but we're
come
not
back
that
from
bad yet, right?
Thailand and things that cost me $5
No, I
are
know.
costing me 10,
No,
15.
the shrinkflation. So I've been telling about like what was Ben and that was Haagen-Dazs ice cream. So their pint of ice cream isn't a pint anymore. But I got
Yeah.
good news. Like so, the Ben and Jerry's ice cream pints, they're still a pint. So they looked at you wouldn't know the difference if you bought one day and the other the next day. You're holding it in your hand, you wouldn't even be able to tell. But today, so check this. I'm having my house painted. So the paint is the paint Dave got anyway. I don't know. I haven't bought paint in a while, but what do you think's a 5 gallon container? It's not 5 gallons anymore. It's like half a gallon short. So it's like 10% less. And the same with the gallon containers that these guys have. This is like Sherwin-Williams paint. So I don't know. I guess, maybe it's a little more high end or something. But yeah, the 5 gallon paints aren't 5 gallons anymore, and the gallons aren't gallons.
Wait till you start to cook and bake and find out the can that used to be 22 ounces is now 20 ounces. So
Hmm.
you're short 2 or 3 ounces
Yeah,
on your baking, and you
yeah.
have to go buy another fucking can.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I noticed it with the ice cream. I was like, "Ooh, that ice cream went fast." Then I
Oh
realized, wait,
man.
it's like 10%. Everything's like 10% less. I guess they figured out like that's the amount you could shrink most volumes of things that people buy, and they won't notice. They
Or
keep like
they'll
the same
notice,
shape
but they
container.
still buy it.
Yeah,
The
you
Cinnamon
can, yeah,
Toast
they
Crunch.
do.
Okay, they have a family size, and then they have the small size, which is like 11, 12 ounces. But certain stores you go into, they have a 14 ounce, and then they have the old 18 ounce box, not the family size, or a 24-ounce box, whatever it is.
Uh-huh.
I came across that the other day and it was like, thank God I can do math.
Yeah.
It's like this don't work out.
Yeah, no, inflation is, and inflation is really high, and some things are really crazy high, like insurance. I'm hearing more and more stories about, insurance is getting
When
just
when
really
I moved
high,
my
or everyone's gone
insurance,
up.
from Michigan to Ohio on my truck or my van, my insurance is going to be half of what it is in Michigan here in Ohio. And we're not a non-fault state either. Michigan is.
Oh,
Fucking asshole 17-year-old kid driving a Bloodmobile rental car. That's bullshit.
hmm.
I almost killed his girlfriend. She was standing behind a car on the guardrail. The car was sideways in the fast lane, and there were cars going down the other lane. So I couldn't go right, or I would have pushed them off a 15-foot embankment with myself. So I tried to hit it in between the guardrail and the front of the car. And here this girl was standing there. I thought I killed her. That was another one. The cop asked me to get out of the car, and I said, "You open up my doors." All four of my doors were fucked up. They wouldn't open. He had me crawl. He said, "Well, crawl out the window." I said, "My car's not on fire. You can go fuck yourself. I ain't crawling out a window." The fire department finally came and pried my door open for me.
Uh-huh.
The
But,
passenger door, because the
you,
other door I slammed up against the guardrail.
uh, so you hit up against the guardrail on the driver's side.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So how'd you turn out? That wasn't your bad accident,
I
though.
turned out fine.
Yeah.
I was driving a big Crown Vic when I hit this little fucking car.
Yeah. Good.
The guy had
Nice.
no lights on, and he was sideways at nighttime in the middle of the fucking road. Not even hazards on, not even headlights or parking lights.
Cars are just so
Nothing.
dangerous. They they are just so dangerous.
Young drivers are so dangerous.
Young
Even
drivers,
these young
alcohol.
truck drivers, these
Yeah.
young truck drivers with the 18 wheelers,
Uh-huh. No,
man, these
fast
old guys
cars.
got to sit down and talk to them and, explain some things to them because they're just assholes.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to get like a CB so I can pull up alongside the guy and say, "Hey, CB, you're a fucking asshole. Learn how to drive. You just cut me off." I've been having a lot of semis cut me
Yeah,
off. I do a lot of
just try to
driving,
mellow
but
out. Just kick back and yeah, don't
no,
that's
dude,
the
you
best
can't
thing.
when you get cut off
Uh,
like that.
I
You're
know.
doing 85 miles an hour and that truck is doing 60, and you're like 40 feet away from him and he decides to cut over.
uh,
No, you're supposed to let that car that's doing 80 pass you, then cut over.
yeah, just road rage though is bad.
Yeah, I'm kind of
I
bad
used
at
to
it,
be,
but
you
I
know, and
don't
I
take
was
it
in
on
that.
other people. I just
Uh-huh.
say it in the car out loud. I will flick you off,
Yeah, you got
call you
watch it though
a fucker.
nowadays too. People have guns or even just a bat
Yeah,
or something.
guess what? I'll put down my window. I've got, power windows, and you pull out your gun and I'll pull out mine. We'll empty the clips.
They just yeah, but it's yeah.
I'm shooting a 45 into your car. The 380 stays in my pocket. It's actually on my front hip.
Keep an emergency joint ready at all times for situations like that to
Oh,
just
dude, I
reach.
keep 4 or 5 of them rolled.
Just light it up right away. Kick back, go into the
we
right lane, turn on some music,
I
shut
hit
up,
I
crank
hit
it
the
up.
I hit the traffic areas on the Ohio Turnpike, and they're like 15, 20 miles long, and you get behind a couple semis. Yeah, you spark up that joint because you know you're just going to be sitting there at 60, 55 miles an hour for the next,
It's a lot, but I
20
mean,
to 30 minutes.
it was upsetting, like when you're working and you got deadlines or you got to be somewhere at a certain time and shit. Yeah, all that stress adds to it. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad
Like
I'm not in that
work
situation now. And unless you're in that situation, yeah, just mellow out, definitely. Yeah,
like in work
like work,
with
like trying, yeah.
helping my dad in the morning can take like 2 hours. So, you know, when I go to work, like I say, I don't have a time card, but I'm usually there 5 minutes early unless I have to help my dad, and then I can be like 30 minutes late. And the manager said something to me, and I called up my friend who owns it, and told him my problem, and I handed my phone to her. And then she says, "Oh, I'm sorry, you're like that." And I said, "Yeah."
Plus, you're helping your father. You got to that's like a
I don't
medical
have a
excuse,
time
basically.
card. I don't have a number to punch into the
Uh-huh.
POS for a
You got
time
all his
card. I don't have a
expertise.
paper one. It's just, hey, write down your hours and I'll pay you. And then it was like, no, you just have to pay me in gas money. I'm helping you out. And he goes, no, I got to pay you. And, I got to pay you. And it's like,
Huh.
everybody at the shop
That's
works
cool.
32 hours,
Hey, so you're
and
getting hours, huh? You're getting some hours for
I'm
like
going to be like at
Medicare.
38 hours this week.
So you're accumulating your hours for retirement,
48
though. I mean, right?
hours.
Yeah.
So he's got to write a check from the hot dog place, and then he's got to write a check from either the Italian restaurant or the high dollar restaurant with the bar. Because if he doesn't, he's going to have to give me medical insurance.
Huh, right. And you're making money, and so you can actually, get cheap medical
I
insurance.
don't know. We haven't talked about what I'm getting paid.
Yeah. Oh,
I
but
don't even
that's how
know.
like the Obamacare basically works. You got to make some money, but not too much, and then you can basically get more or less free
Well,
or really cheap healthcare.
actually, the Cleveland Clinic does not prescribe narcotic pain medication, but what they did is they enrolled me into all the like things I qualify for. I qualify for 8 government assisted programs because of my disability and it
Uh-huh.
being over 30 years almost. Yeah. I hope the
Yeah, we're
show
not a
ain't on the
socialist country,
16th
but
because I'm going to be
there's a lot of things
sideways.
available.
I told him on the first, I'm definitely not going to be in. I'm going to be at a festival recuperating from the 31st.
Uh-huh.
The manager of
We're
the
like,
hot dog said, "You're going to be recuperating and you don't drink?" I said, "No, I'm going to be taking a lot of acid." That's what I do on my birthday. I take a lot of acid and watch music and don't get out of a chair really to just have to piss. When I'm going, the only thing I can do is smile and give you a thumbs up or an okay sign. I can't talk to you. I can't talk to anybody. It's all like blah 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 blah.
AI will figure it out.
You know, it's
Yeah,
like,
I'll talk
I'm okay.
stoner language. Trippies.
I'm okay. Don't worry about me. I got a smile on my face. That's all that matters. And that's what it is putting a smile on your face and being happy. Because I tell you what, in Thailand, I was happy. Here, I'm a miserable son of a bitch. I think it's because I had
Well,
to take this job to get away from my mother.
it's
That's what I
possible
really
though.
did it for.
It's possible that for it to be good here. That's it.
I mean, I can take care of 200 vegetative plants and still do this job. But yeah, I'm doing this job just because my mom started giving me shit about sitting out on the porch for 3 or 4 hours watching the birds.
You did. You came back at a crazy time though too in America. But
Yeah, I did.
I can see why Ohio's starting to move there, and yeah, that's cool.
Well, I'm going to be setting up a little bit higher class clone facility. My clones are still going to be $20 and $25 on some of the more common stuff, but I
Yeah.
am flowering it all out, and I'm having viroid and hemp laden viruses tested for 3
Uh-huh.
times before I put the clone out on the market. I'm gonna run all the clones through a
It sounds
flowering
reasonable.
cycle before I put them out. Then I know that it doesn't show up late in flowering. And I'll even have that paperwork. You'll walk up, there'll be like a pad.
Cool. Let me know when you mail order.
I'm only mail ordering during the fall and spring. I don't mail order during wintertime, and I don't mail order during
Yeah,
summertime
well, that's
because
good.
that's just stupid.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So
Yeah, avoid the
if
real
you're
hot or
looking to put
cold.
in a nice garden for outdoor, hit me up in May,
Yeah,
April, if you've got a big order. I need 14 days to get your clone to you. And if I'm telling you 14 days, it's coming in a cup, not just a rooted plug. If you want a rooted plug, you can come pick it up in 7.
yeah, sounds great. We should
I'll have
get
a
that word out
list.
there too.
Yeah, I'll have a list of menu, and you give me what you want. And like I said, within 14 days, you're getting a cup back. If you just wanted a plug, it's like 7 days. And you can just order it. I'm gonna charge a little bit more because you're ordering them, but I'll cut them.
You got room there. Like
4,000
I said, up
square
to
feet.
100. Yeah, no, I mean like from 25, each. You can, yeah, like
Yeah,
I said,
you
100
know, well,
is
no,
still
I am
reasonable.
gonna have a few at 100. Okay, between 75 and
Mail
150.
too and everything.
But
Yeah,
that's what the people in
great.
California and the East Coast tell me to
Yeah,
put it
they
at.
do that too. Yeah, but those are strangers and just
And
companies that you
no,
don't even know. Like places in California
these are
do
friends of
that.
mine,
Yeah, not you.
and
No,
they
I
say,
mean,
"Hey, we sell it for 20 or $25. Keep it the same price. We're giving them to you at like $5 a clone, and we're selling you 2, and we know what you're gonna do with it. But you're 2,000 miles away, so we really don't give a fuck."
$5, man, it's like nothing nowadays. It's so
Well,
crazy.
you have
With
to
inflation,
you
man.
have to
Happy hour is like
understand,
$50 at a happy hour. Like not
you
like
know,
basically having one drink and some food, you know, for
but
two
you have to
people.
understand, I just don't buy one clone of a strain. I buy two or three in case I kill one. And
Yeah.
then I've got one or two that make it. So I'm not buying just like 10, 15 clones at a time. I'm buying 100 or 200. When I
Hmm.
was to come out to Bud, I had $6,000 to spend on clones. And you hear him talking about them and everybody else out in California, you know, $10 a clone, $15 a clone. Well, those are $5 clones for me because I buy in quantity. It also helps me get more clones out quicker so I can get a little bit of cash flow going before everything starts. I mean, I've literally taken clones off the top of clones before because they got too tall. But I don't feed my clones. I feed them liquefied seaweed and that's it. So when you take one of my clones and up pot it and give it like a third nutrient strength or a half, within that first week, they explode on you and they just keep going because I've starved them. I've kept them green and healthy, but I've kind of starved them on the nitrogen. So when you plant them, they take off, the roots take off, everything. Doing this for 24 fucking years, I better be able to do it right. 20 years, I'm sorry. I started in 2004 with the clones, mass production. $275 clones every 7 days was $27.50 a week I was making. And then I was making another 20, 25 off the weed they couldn't sell a week. I was having fun. At the end of it, I was going to Amsterdam like every 2 to 3 weeks for 2 weeks because I couldn't leave my fucking house while I was doing all these clones. I couldn't go to music festivals. But if I wanted to go see Crosby, Stills, and Nash, hell yeah, there were tickets for that. Free tickets.
Even better. And I guess nearby, so yeah.
Yeah,
That's
but I
cool.
couldn't go to music festivals for 2 years. But I made bank. Those 2 years kept me going through the next 6 years.
Yeah.
Of course, I was
Yeah.
only like 180,000 away from owning 3 Jerry guitars. I could have
But there,
owned a
there's a
wolf.
lot of times you got to put in your dues, isn't it? And
My dues? What do you mean
that was
putting in
it.
my dues, dude? I started off in this whole shit
Well, the cloning.
through the political side of it.
Well,
So
like
I
anyone.
gave up my mid-20s to fight for normal.
Uh-huh. Everyone, when you're young, that's what you got to do. Sometimes, at
But
least
that's
if
another
if there's
thing.
an opportunity anyway.
Well, the opportunity is I took the chapter, my number was 331. And by the time I got done, we were over 4,300 members from 96 to December of 99, I signed up 4,000 members. That's almost 1,000 members a year.
That's good. You know, it
Because
seems
I
like
was
so
going to
long
music
ago.
festivals in New York and Pennsylvania, and we
And
did
set up your booth.
we did the Boston rally, we did the Hash Bash rally,
Have like a
and I
normal
was
booth,
going to all
right?
these jam band festivals in 96, 97, 98, 99, and never paid to get in because I was with
Uh-huh.
Normal.
That's cool. Yeah, and I remember those giving out, information and stuff, pamphlets or
We
whatever.
sold grow
I remember
books.
those.
We sold Normal t-shirts. We had 2 tables of literature. You could talk to me about it. I knew all the laws. You could talk to me about growing. You could talk to
Those
me
little
about
cards,
laws.
like keep this in your wallet and pull it out. It like had what you should read if you get pulled over, and
Yeah,
for your rights and
shut
whatever.
the
Like,
fuck up.
yeah, that was a handy little card there. And, like on both sides, it had something.
I wish we
Or it
had
even
these
said something
phones.
like hand this to the policeman or something, or it will roll down your window just a crack and like you'll pass that out of the car. And, yeah.
Yeah, well, if you wrote down the crack and the cop don't like that, that usually ends up in a lawsuit for you and you win.
Yeah. Yeah, you just get
But,
arrested, get hassle, I think, but
35 years ago, they didn't have police cams, they didn't have
right.
cameras in the car. And I remember in high school in like 87, 88, getting pulled out of a car and the shit kicked out of me by a
Uh-huh.
cop.
That made a huge difference. Like actually on both sides, because even like they'll have like a cop chasing somebody or he was running and they caught like the guy throwing something through like the camera that the cop was wearing.
Yeah.
It's just some YouTube video they're trying. But that's how they. Yeah, so they got the cops have that too. It's like yes, so it
If
makes
you
sense to
pull,
have them in on the car and yeah, definitely it's got to keep them in line more because they know like things are being recorded
yeah,
and it's definitely caught
but
some crazy shit.
if I get pulled over, I was at a flea market, Brimfield, matter of fact, up in Massachusetts. Me and, a few people up that way have talked about it, including Smash. This guy set up with all these patches, and they were like police patches. And I found Menor, Ohio police patches that go on the uniforms. So I've got like 2 brand new ones, but I'm still using the faded out one in my dad's van. But I put that right over my VIN number. And when they see that, they're usually say, "Have a nice day." It has gotten me out of so many tickets, it's not even funny. I was actually kind of hammered one night when I got pulled over and I had an open container from my girlfriend in there. And I said, "I'm sorry, I drink bourbon. I don't drink wine coolers." So that was my girlfriend's. He took it because it wasn't empty, dumped it out, and handed it back to me and said, "Go down to the end of the street and put this in the garbage at the convenience store." I said, "Thank you." And then I see him next Thursday playing basketball at 1 a.m. because I used to play basketball at the cops. And that's what's getting me my storefront is one of the cops that I knew very well. even before the basketball. He used to collect baseball cards along with the sergeant that he married his daughter. That was a mistake. 2 years later, they were separated.
Well, better sooner than later.
Yep. You know, girls asked me, why aren't you married? And I said, because as soon as we sign that paper, you own everything I have, half of it at least. I ain't getting married. We'll live together, but
Yeah.
it comes to that common law time, you're gone.
Hmm.
Even if I have to kick you out for like 6 months for it to go away.
Yeah, but it's probably not huge amounts like Bill Gates. We were just talking about him on Rogan with Peter
Yeah, but
Thiel.
isn't Bill
Supposedly,
Gates like dead now?
no, he's still alive. He's divorced.
Yeah, but isn't he like getting close?
He's getting close, yeah. But so their theory, this I guess kind of a conspiracy, right? But whatever, it's a theory that the reason he gave so much charity away was, he basically committed like half his wealth or more even to charity, and it was
Yeah,
because he
because he
knew
was a criminal and part time.
they talked about that too. That like, yeah, anyone that gives that much is really trying to cover up for some bad things they did. But supposedly,
We had
he
we
knew
had it.
he.
I'm sorry.
Oh well, supposedly he wanted to give his charity away. This is the theory because he he knew the marriage was on the rocks and might have been heading for a divorce. So he wanted to limit. So he didn't have a prenup. Bill Gates didn't
Oops.
have a prenup. Yeah.
She got half of
So
everything.
instead of giving, well, she wound up only getting a tenth because
He gave
he
it away.
committed his wealth to charity, all these woke charities and popular charities that like she couldn't like demand like, oh wait, I want the money, like when it came time. It like looked bad. Her friends,
It was
uh,
already promised out.
yeah, it's like, oh, that's not, it's always promised out all these good things, but you know, so somehow he got it down to a 10, and supposedly that's the reason he was so charitable. But also he did a lot of evil too.
Okay, my aunt retired at honorable rank of brigadier general as a nurse in the U.S. Army. And she was worth about 1.5 million. I didn't get a dime of it, but a year and a half, almost 2 years ago, I started getting these emails from the University of West Virginia because I told her I didn't want her money. I really never knew her. I don't want your money. And what she did is she took my inheritance and put me as the next, like, head of the foundation that she set up for putting a nursing student through 7 years of schooling. Every year there's a new student. And
That's
I got
cool.
put in
There's
charge
a lot
of
of shit like
this
that. Yeah, there's a lot of that.
because, $500,000 went into this foundation under my name, which gave me, my mom kind of got pissed over it because I got named head of the foundation. So if I want to go to like a University of West Virginia football game, I go to the Loge and watch
Hmm.
it.
Nice.
And if I want to go see a game, all I got to do is call up and tell them how many tickets I need. And there's a lot of tickets and there's an open loge. That's what I get. But I never knew this until like 2 years ago, and my aunt was dead for like 6 years before that. Just her time ran out as she passed away, and they finally turned it over to me. My mom doesn't even have it. She's pissed. And I said, well, what did you get from Aunt Hazel? Well, we got the Hilton Head house and we donated all that money to that foundation. I said, I got zero. All my money went to the foundation. My mom got a fucking Mercedes out of the deal with like 23,000 miles on it. I got zero, but it was okay because I told her, give it to the university. I don't want it. It would have been nice to have 500K in the bank, but at least I
Your
know I'm going
university
to
needs
put,
it either, or it's going to do
at
good
least
with
I
it
know
either,
I'm going to
really.
put somebody that doesn't have the money for nursing school through nursing school for the 7 years that they want to go.
Yeah,
Now,
nursing
if you
school,
want
yeah,
to,
it's really good. So.
if you want to be a licensed practitioner, which is an extra year or two, you pay for that. I ain't.
I have
You
one
get
friend though
7 years and that's it.
She started off as a nurse practitioner, and then she wanted to be a nurse, but she never made it all the way through.
Well,
She
nurse
was a stoner too.
practitioner is above a nurse. They have a DEA form pad. They can write
She was
narcotic
something. What's
pain
what's
medications.
lower than a nurse though? Then is that a therapist or something? Whatever. I'm not sure what she was then.
Candy striper, I call them.
Because she was working in hospitals while she was going to school, and but she never
Yeah,
graduated. She
doing
wound up owing
shit
all
work.
this money. She'd work these night shifts, and yeah, she wound up like getting caught napping, basically.
Yeah.
And yeah, so then she wound up being like some kind, or switching to like trying to be the nurse that like figures out how to charge everything. Like I guess there's some specialty, like I don't know, a nurse financer person. I don't even know what they're called, but they're the person that keeps track of like, oh, in the hospital, like, oh, the costs of like, oh, they're doing this and that, and for
I had a
insurance and
fling
whatnot.
with one of my nurses.
At least, I mean, I don't know all the details. That's what she was telling me. But she
She
never made
would
it. She
take
wound up
me
owing
to
all
she,
this money and going, she spent a few years.
Yeah, but now today, like my friend who got a settlement and he paid off all the schooling today, that would have all been forgiven. But he paid the $60,000 in fucking schooling. But he's got a PhD, he's got 3 masters, and he's got like 8 minors. I tried getting him to just be a full-time student, but
So
then he
three
found a
masters
nice
is
Thai girl and now they got 2 kids and he's saying all I am is a goddamn taxi driver because I guess the girl is a really good gymnast, I should say, and his son has autism. So they're always on the move taking care of the kids. But now, since they lifted his felony, he went from working at UNLV as a teacher to winning a award from literally the colored community for what he set up for them. And he's working for the US government in the refugee department, where he actually literally, when I was in Thailand, he was on the other side of Thailand near Burma trying to help those people out. He was in Bangladesh. US sends him everywhere. So he's gone for like 6, 7, 8 weeks at a time. But you can imagine the money he makes. If he didn't have his felony, he'd probably be up to almost 800, 900,000 a year with his degrees. He'd be working for a big corporation. But because of the felony and cannabis, he couldn't get those jobs. And then he finally got the clearance from the state of Ohio where they did away with his felony. And this job landed in his lap. That would be shitty to tell you, oh, you got a cannabis felony. You can only be a teacher. You can't use the degrees that you got to get the $500,000 starting off salary because you're gone on the road most of the time. Oh, my chair broke. Piece of shit.
Cheers, folks. Happy 420. I just noticed. You guys want to keep talking, Captain and Jeff, or you want me to cut it?
It's up to you. I actually don't. I was at work at a little bit before 10 and I didn't know we didn't open up until noon. So I don't have to go in till 11. That's why it's kind of been a
So,
whiskey
Captain, do you
night.
want to keep chatting, or what do you want to do?
It's up to Jeff.
I'm
How's
I'm
that?
good for a bit more, but yeah, yeah, I'm up for a
We
bit
could,
more.
Well,
okay.
let's make Jeff hasn't been a host for a while. Let's make Jeff.
20.
Yeah,
All right.
make Jeff. Then he can call it
Folks,
when he's ready.
That's right. Folks, if you guys want to hop on and join these guys, you know the drill. So, and if you don't know the drill, just ask. So just ask for the link. Cheers, guys. Have a good night.
All right, cool.
Peace, Jimmy.
Yeah, have a good night from.
Thank you for having us on this.
Yeah, this is cool.
I
Oh yeah,
actually
Bud's saying he
enjoy
may
the
hop on.
2 nights
That'll
a
be cool.
week. When
Yeah,
I
that's cool.
went
Like I said, I'm
from
having my house painted, so yeah, it's been just weird these last few days. And I've been up at night because it was it was so hot last night where
hot,
they put plastic over all the windows. Just the front door was left on plastic, so that was the only way to get any ventilation. I hate sleeping with the AC on, so it was just hot
dude,
last night.
I
I was
don't
up
have an
smoking at
AC.
night.
I don't have heat. I finally talked to my mom because the back part of the garage doesn't have enough power to run this 18-foot fucking garage door. So I talked her into 200 amp service to that part of the garage so I can run a couple wires up here for like electric heating and air conditioning. Dude, when it's like 88 downstairs, it's like high 90s, low hundreds up here. And I'm running an exhaust fan, an intake fan, a ceiling fan, and a floor fan, and a desktop fan.
Oh man. I had to
So it
live.
was like, I'm running all these fans. If I run an air conditioner up there and the window that's closest to me, that will save me a lot of money in electric because I do pay my electric here.
But it's not that hot right now, is it?
When
Like in
I
the
came
80s
home
maybe,
from
but
work, it was 86 degrees up here.
I mean, it's still hot. Yeah, shit.
I'm on the
I
third
remember
floor.
I remember having like a wet sheet over me and like some next to some like floor fan and just like I was like underneath the wet sheet and like having the fan just blow on me to
Yeah,
stay
that's a
cool.
lot cooler
Yeah, it was yeah.
till the sheet
Making me
dries
almost
out.
wrap cool and yep. But yeah, some the heat can be really miserable sometimes. It just takes all your energy. But trying to
Yeah, it
sleep in
does.
it can be really bad too. And then, it doesn't have to be too hot. So I was
At
up, but
work,
then during the day I was resting.
at
Uh-huh.
work, because it's an ice cream shop, I stand in front of the fryers and the grill because I'm still used to Thailand weather, and that's when it's the hottest, is right there. And I go a couple feet out from there, and it's like, holy shit, it's cold. I'm going back over here. But like I said, I don't have time to sit down. It's constant work, 6.5 hours. You get 2 cigarette breaks, basically. Well, I seem to take a half a joint and a cigarette break, and then a half a joint and a cigarette break. They're okay with it though, because they got their fucking pens inside. Here, if you can hit it, well, why don't you take it and soak it in fucking alcohol? What? Yeah, soak it in alcohol and get all that shit cleaned out, and maybe it'll hit better for you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, your pen's only one temperature. What's the temperature? You're too fucking low. Crank it up to like 400. So I guess I've got to go talk to somebody at the other restaurant, because if I keep on selling like I am, he's going to eventually get pissed off because my prices are cheaper and my weed's better. So I got to go talk to him and tell him to buy his weed off me because he pays more for shit weed. So I'd rather let him deal with everybody and just let him get it off me when I go up to Michigan.
Michigan,
But,
yeah.
even here in Ohio, the Recs are really expensive, not kind of like Michigan where you can pick up a $12 ounce or $12 eighth of something decent in Michigan if you stop in the right store. But, the prices here in Ohio are just ridiculous. $360 for an ounce. There are places that sell half ounces and ounces here. It's just like every other place. It
That's not
goes out the
common.
back door.
So ounces are the usual.
No, 3.8 or 2.83 grams, a tenth of an ounce is what they sell. They don't even sell
Huh.
eighths.
So how much is that? 36 or
Uh,
more?
my friend paid 80 some dollars with tax for a quarter of two
Mhm.
different strains, an eighth of each. Yeah, one
Crazy.
was Star Dog, but still, come on. At almost $20 a gram, fuck you. That's what I told them in Thailand. 1,000 baht a gram. That's $30 a gram. Go fuck yourself. Give me this shit over here that's $100, 100 baht a gram. Why? Because this is stonier weed. That tastes fruity, but this one's stony. I want to get high for an hour or two, not 15, 30 minutes. Well, this one's got 33% THC. Yeah, but it doesn't have enough room for the other cannabinoids, so it don't work for me. They're like at work, why don't you use one of the pens? The pens only give you THC. I need everything else. I take it for a medical reason. It's funny when the boss walks in and he says, yeah, he just grows pot. And then they find out that I can do tile, I can do hardwood floors, I can do all this other shit. I can manage this store if I wanted to. They said, well, why don't you go to this store and take the supervisor's position? And I said, because in the state of Ohio, if you're the supervisor or you're the manager of that shift, and anything goes wrong in like your gas station or your business, you're held reliable for that. And for an extra $3 an hour, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth the headaches that you have to put up with. I'd rather take the $15.50 and just work the cash register. Less stress. And for $3 less, hell yeah. You can keep your $3. I ain't gonna go be a supervisor and be in charge of all these people and the money. Fuck that. Just let me come in at 15.50 and punch out and not worry about this place until I have to come back. One good thing about working at the ice cream shop, and he's got the high class bar. My Woodford's is only costing me like $46 a fucking fifth now. But I think because of the ice cream he carries, he doesn't carry any of like the big ice cream companies. He carries a small one out of Pennsylvania, and they've got this bourbon caramel pecan ice cream that I can't get enough of. So I only have a half a scoop a day, but it's filled with pecans. So I'm going to try to get it without pecans and a little bit more caramel. And I think taking it to like his high class restaurant with the bar, I think in the summertime, by adding like another ounce or ounce and a half of bourbon to it, those are going to be deadly, and they're going to be $15, $16 a fucking drink. So you're going to have a milkshake that's bourbon and caramel with that buttered ice cream from the pecans. Dude, that's going to be deadly. People are going to get DUIs all the time, especially the girls. I mean, I could sit there and eat that ice cream or that milkshake. I could go through a lot of those and get hammered really quick. I'm on my third drink now and I'm pretty much giddy. At least I don't have to be there until 11 tomorrow. And then I still got 4 more days before I have 2 off.
I'm glad I don't have to work anymore.
That's 11
That
day.
regular
That's
job.
11-day week.
What?
But I'm also pretty decent. I do all the running back and forth between the shops and everything, and don't quibble about it. Just do it. He came in, complained about the corners in the store and along the baseboards because they had just been using a mop with like dish detergent in it. And I said, no, you fill this sucker up with hot water and you put this much bleach in it. And that's how you get things clean. So you walk into the ice cream shop and you look at the floor, around the baseboards are completely white and everything else is dingy. I got on my hands and knees with a fucking Brillo pad the first day. The second day, I stopped at the store and picked up the right cleaning equipment to clean it. Fuck that. But his son even said, oh, just take a mop and run over that. You didn't hear what your dad said, did you? He said, clean all the corners and all the baseboards and clean this and clean that. You're just doing a half-ass job. I've even taught his son. His son's been working at both restaurants for a while. And I've even taught him some things new that he didn't know. And it's like, come on, this is common sense. He drives a nice little Charger. I took him on a ride for it. I buried his odometer. It's the fastest he's ever gone in his car. Pussy. You get a speed car like that and not drive it like you stole it. What's the sense of having it? You got a 7.1 or a 7.4 liter engine in this car and you're not fucking laying rubber all the time?
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's like 620, 650 horsepower in a light vehicle. Daddy bought it for him from graduation from high school. Wouldn't that be nice? Before I could get a car, I had to have money for a year's worth of insurance saved up. And then I had to save up for the car because I had to buy that too. My daughter just gets one from my mother. Fuck. Then she pays her insurance for a while. Never did that for me. I had to work for everything. That's why I went to work at 15.
Yeah. Well, some people do get a lot of breaks, a lot handed to them, a lot
Well,
of
I would
opportunity.
actually, to tell you the truth, working the bowling alley was actually fun because I'd get, all the tables cleared. And then someone in the back would call me in back to help them get a pin jam out. And we'd sit back there and smoke like 2, 3 bowls because they knew I had everything cleaned. And that's when I was smoking that skunk from the Hells Angels in like 97, 96. It was $35 an eighth, or $35 a quarter. I'm sorry for that skunk. One of the mechanics in the back was a Hells Angels, and he liked the hash that I had.
Yeah, it's pretty late for skunk.
So
That's cool.
I'm going to show you this flower. I'm going to turn on another light, get a nice little bud out of here. But I ended up picking this up in Ohio at one of our events from someone that actually knows all my older people from Athens. But this, like I say, this is an ML2 cross with an Afghani. And it was $125 an ounce.
Mhm.
And this shit actually gets me high for 2 to 2.5 hours. But it doesn't, it's not like you're smoking anything. It's so smooth. You don't cough. I love it. That's why I bought 2 ounces of it. And I know next weekend I'm going to be buying more. Maybe I'll even get lucky and my Death Star flower will be there. I'm getting my Death Star cut back from Smiley, though.
That's cool. Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
I didn't know you lost it. I didn't have it.
No, I gave it out to like 3 people, and 2 of the people, Nick Risen and Dutch Blooms, both fucked me. And I hope to God it turns up in that like facility that him and Kevin Jordy and Skunk VA are doing, because I put a marker in mine. I spent the 1,500, 2,000. It was almost $2,000 to put that marker in there, because I've never sold that cut. There's not seeds of it. And mine's a little bit different than the really good other Death Star. So there is a difference. There were 3 seeds that were popped. If I refer to the Athens cut, that one is more of a sour than the sour diesel part. But if you get the burnt rubber one that has like inner nodes off of each side instead of one here on this side, one on that side, that's the burnt rubber one. That's the one you want. I went to an event this past weekend here in Cleveland, and I looked at everybody's Death Star, and I said, "Oh, you got the Athens cut." And they looked at me, and I said, "Yeah." And I had to explain to them that there's 3 different cuts of it, and I have the rarest one of them all, because I'm the only one with it. Well, besides whoever Nick Risen gave it to and Dutch Blooms gave it to. Me and Dutch Blooms were supposed to do a collab on it, and he never did anything with it. So I figured he gave it out to people like Kevin, since he's in this thing with him. Just like the Great Death Star. You know, the Great Death Star was given out to people, but these people that are using it in crosses to sell it, they're in for a rude awakening, because we still own the IP on those, because we never sold seeds or we never sold clones of it. We only gave it to certain people. So this IP thing is going to get really big here soon, especially if issue 3 goes through and we go just legalized instead of decriminalized.
Has that ever been tested anywhere?
What?
Legally? Like, I don't know, with cookies or they were involved in some legal suit. It's like somebody saying, hey, that's mine. And
Well, yeah, there has been, but the thing is to get your strain to that point with legal fees and everything to do it correctly, it's like 10 to 12, $15,000. Where I thought $2,000 for putting a marker in it was worth it because then it would show it's mine to begin with. I've got a few other ones I have to send out for markers because I'm about to do facility cuts, and all the facility cuts have to have markers in them. Because if my facility cut gets out of your facility, I own half your facility. I mean, I'm writing that in the contract that it's a $500,000 plus if that walks out your door.
yeah, I guess we've come a long way.
I'm also going to charge them $30, $40 a cut, and they have to buy 100 to 150 of them at a time. And they have to take them every 35 days or 30 days. Because you want a perpetual harvest going on every month. And most of what I have is between 58 and 70 days. And I'm probably going to be outing someone here really soon. And I'm going to be outing them really hard. I thought he was a friend until I can't find a certain Afghani pack that Kevin Jordy gave me. It disappeared when he came over and said, "What's this?" And I told him what it was, and now I can't find it. I told him a year ago I was going to work on Afghanis, and what did he start buying? Afghanis. What did he want from me? My Afgoo, other shit that all relates to this. Good thing he doesn't know how to put them together because he's a pollen chucker. And not only that, he's a lying son of a bitch. All of his posts on Instagram, yes, he made the strains with the fucking seeds I gave him and the plants I gave him. And now he doesn't want to give me any of the seeds from the Sensi Star crosses. And then he shows up at my house and goes through all my seeds. He asked me for some Siam syrups. Instead of taking 10, he took like 30 out of the 50 pack I had. The skunk number ones, I had 50 of those. I have 20 left. So I have a thief that I let into my life. And ever since he's been over, he's not wanted to come over or call me one bit. So that just shows me the guilt that he did it. So I'm going to give him an ultimatum. Give me the seed pack or take the Louisville Slugger. Because I'm definitely sending him to the hospital if he doesn't give me my shit. I'm sorry for talking this way, people, but when you've been doing it for 28 years and you start to get tight with somebody and you let them have stuff, and then all of a sudden they want more and more and more and not giving you what you want in return. I think I made an IG post about that. It's a skeleton down in the grass. And it says sometimes you kind of have to let go, and those people that have hurt you, done you wrong, are dead to you anyways. Hi, bud.
Howdy,
How you doing
Hey,
tonight?
bud.
I'm good. Yeah, time to get the party started, right?
Hell yeah, smoke that joint and leaf.
Yeah.
I wish I could have been able to come out and help you out at the facility a little bit and clean up your plants and take some extra clones off the bottom shit. We could have
Yeah,
knocked your whole facility out within like 2.5 days
What
working
do you
together.
do that day?
We
I
can
mean,
go through your facility and defoliate and take off the bottom shit and all that within 2 to 3 days.
well, yeah, I mean that's happening all the time. Like it's a double perpetual here, so okay,
Okay.
liquid is constant, not constant, but it's what do you call it? Wash, rinse, repeat, wash, rinse, repeat. Yeah, get into a rhythm.
Well, I could have helped you out. I could have sped things up an extra day or two or day and a half.
Yeah,
I'm pretty proficient.
yeah, everybody has their own way of doing things.
I don't use scissors when I go through to defoliate. I just pinch it all off or I'll tear the whole stem off. And you can tear it down and pull off some of that outer part and not give a shit about it.
Yeah. Well, I use single edge blades, but
Okay.
like I've been doing it a long time and pretty skilled with using it the way I like.
Yeah.
You know, a couple times when people tried to help me, yeah, that's an acquired skill being
You go
accurate
through a tray and they go through a half of
with
one.
single-ended blades, but plucking it off, yeah, better just to even like
You can
something we have
pinch
to
them
do
off.
because we we always buy single-ended blades by the in these boxes of 100. I'm never like, oh, there's been a few brands over the years, but they all worked a certain way. And then this last box, which came from Home Depot, the same place we bought the box before, but now it's like packaged. It's a different brand. Maybe was cheaper, probably not. Yeah,
Do you
like
burn the oil
I
off of
can take
those?
one blade and then go get so far with it. Like a lot of it is little sucker buds and all the lowers. I just drag it down the stem, right? And it just plops it off, especially when it's sharp and fresh. But then I've noticed with these new blades, like, I'm going through them way faster because, yeah, they don't
They're
stay.
not as sharp.
I don't know what the fuck. They look just like a regular blade and all that. So I can't see any big difference, but yeah, something. They're just not as they like
Thinner metal.
because yeah, if the blade isn't sharp, then you actually have to hold the stem or it doesn't
Might as well go to
like oh, if
fisters
it's
at
super
that
sharp,
point.
it's like a scalpel. You can just whoop 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 whoop. You're accurate. But yeah, these blades like after about Oh, I switch sides and they big old stem. It's just little.
Them
Yeah, the new
ones.
razor blades suck, dude. And yeah, I guess you have to now look and pay a little extra and know which brand and is the good ones. Because now they make these shitty ones.
Isn't that like everything? If you want a good fan with like nylon bearings in it, you're gonna pay 350 still for it because
Yeah,
it's never
and
gonna wear
that
out.
seems to be uh, the way of the
You,
world when it comes to manufactured goods. They're always just going to try to save a penny, and
well, they want you to buy them again. So they want you to buy them. It worked really good for 3 to 4 months, and then
in Home
next 2 months
Depot,
it's shit, and you buy
it's
a
not
new
like
one.
you're going to better go to Home Depot and go, oh, I could buy this box of 100 or this box of 100 or the better brand. No, they're going to move you the one thing, and their store that controls the market, them and Lowe's. I'm sure if I went to Lowe's, it'd be the same. Like, yeah, it's the same thing. Like, now I'm sure other people are probably going to notice it. I've used single-ended blades a lot. I prefer those over scissors or. I fucking nicked myself and cut. You got to be fucking good at it. Pay attention because they'll fuck you up quick. But I can do more like cleaning up or take clones with them. That's why, like, when all this HPLV and things that people like had content like showing how to clean on. I've never taken a clone with a pair of scissors in my life. I've always used the razor blade. And even before, yeah, I'd probably use almost a blade per plant because even the good blades, I've always been amazed. It's like, oh, I've used razor blades in construction or other parts of my life. Somehow a little ass cannabis stem and plant will
It's a
wear
type
out
of
a fucking razor
fiber.
blade pretty quick. There's always this black, like some of that's the plant juice or whatever. I mean, a dozen cuts, and then you have to switch sides, right? Uh, the cannabis plant, which is like, yeah, it's not that tough of a thing to cut. It's not like, you know, but yeah, they'll wear out a razor blade pretty quick. So I would think that in the cloning operations, well, why even fucking use scissors in an item that needs to be cleaned and can spread things? Just use disposable razor blades. I mean, maybe they're around $10, but 7, $8, you get 100 of them, or price keeps going up. 100 of them. Oh, you can even buy them cheaper if you bought 1,000. Um, yeah, to me, a razor blade seems to be
I
the
just
tool.
strip it with my hand, put my hand around it, and peel off all the
Sometimes when
little
they gave me
shit.
a bunch of medical supplies, I had these like single use or disposable scalpels. They were fucking pretty good, but I didn't really have that many of them or wait. I guess I could, if I liked it enough, I probably could source it and you could probably buy those. But yeah, like I say, 30 years or whatever, longer than that, I've used single ended razor blades pretty much. That's
I
why you got
did
to watch
until
when you're like taking out our
2014.
like trash and trash cans that have leaves and whatever different shit in it. Because yeah, they also have like lots of razor blades. It's like use them and toss them. Use them and toss them. Fucking there's blades everywhere. Guess if you use scissors, then you would have to buy blades.
Well, see, I cut all my clones again after taking them underwater. So my razor blades were always wet. And I have a table downstairs that literally has some wet razor blade marks in it from the razor blades being on the wood table.
Well, I know I don't like them because they're different to handle, but the kind of razor blades that you put in a razor knife,
Are not the ones.
oh, well, like those ones are sharp and don't have the prop. Maybe I don't really buy those because, like I say, I'm not so skilled with that, like in my hand. But I'm healing on my one finger where I sliced it barely,
When I
but
when I get back to full scale clone production, because I clip the tips of the tops, I'll end up with 3 or 4 cuts in my finger and in between my index finger and my thumb. Oh my God, do I cut that so many times? So yeah, I know what it's like to use scissors and razor blades and be cut by them. And it's just like, damn, I just touched it. I actually like the razor blades that went out to an angle and they didn't have any curved tops to them. Those seem to last like quite a few plants before you had to like change them out. Because I cut everything again underwater, like I said, so water goes up the stem, not oxygen. Everybody has their own technique. Mine's just old school. But now I know how to speed it up. I'm hoping my workers can do 2 cuts a minute. I'm gonna have everything prepped for them. I'll go in like 2 hours early, take a whole bunch of clones, shape them up, put them in water, put them in a refrigerator, and let them go to work.
and I'm cutting it close in here. I try to drive back tomorrow. Well, tomorrow I'm taking down a room, so it's 2 days before I'm gonna set these ones, and most of them are gonna. I might have to water, but then they're gonna be like heavy. I like when they're light. I can put them. I can carry 4 of them like bookended together, squeeze them together, and then when they're sort of wet, 2 of them. And this is 100. I don't know. It's like 160 for the
Are
room,
you in 6x6 or 4x4s?
4x8s.
4x8s.
Yeah. I left the lights off tonight and turned off the water last night. Same thing with harvesting, because if I time it right, I don't have to squeeze these out. Like I put them in a mop bucket thing and squeeze the water out to bag them and dispose of them. But if you time it right, they're light. But it's tricky.
Yeah.
But I stopped watering these yesterday and then keep the lights off tonight. The LED came on.
Until you can harvest that plant.
Well, the trim crews come in tomorrow. Yeah, this is great gas. Not super beefy this time.
Hey, bud, can you send me a care package of I-95?
I have a little of it.
since
we're
Ohio's
we're not
wrecked
taking clones
and
of it
gifts,
anymore. Like
can I
it's
get
not.
it?
It
Can I
grows
get a
too.
clone of it? A
I still
bottom
have
branch?
it going, but like we're not. Yeah, we're down to garlic. That one called garlic, uh, banana, which probably not going to go forward because it's GMO. It takes like 70 some days,
Yeah,
and
I don't
then
want
like,
GMO.
oh, the Larry. Out of all those dozen strains, the only one that like might go forward. But then I haven't got it in my hands, but our normal source that we get all these genetics over the years, the one that he says, like, because he's running it already, and he says it's the best one he's had in a while. It's called Mule Fuel.
I've heard of that one already.
I haven't like checked what it is or any of that, but well, it sounds good to me. We'll
Tipsy
see.
as fuck.
Like he's one of our friends. Yeah, it's a long story, but like these are like sourced out of
I need you to hook me
commercial
up with him.
facilities. Well, it's not like that, but yeah, I mean, what?
All I need is one each, and I'm taking them 2,000 miles away. I'd like to have two of each, but I'm taking them 2,000 miles away. I'm taking them completely out of the area.
Yeah, that isn't the thing. Like, no one cares about genetics.
If they need to
Not
be
in my
held, they can be held.
like, not no. Genetics are like a dime a dozen at this point. Just
Yeah, I
like,
know. I need a day walker. I need a really good day walker. I
I
need a
mean, there's
really
only
good
so many.
underdog.
Like, yeah, we didn't. That's why these lowers are still on these. These are the I-95, but we didn't take them. Like some of these are like to have a few plants takes away. It's not a smart business decision. So then if it
I only
can't be
need three
scaled up,
clones,
if it
bud.
can't be scaled up, then it's pointless. Now the fucking I-95 is bomb. It's so heady, except that it's like
Slow grow.
looser buds, probably take a little more trimming to to make it look good. But
My
uh,
weed.
a turkey bag with a pound in it, no, that's not going to look that good. Like it might be good. It will look like what things used to look like when I-95 was a thing. Like some of these strains, even the Larry, okay, it has better structure and uh uh yeah, it's hard to explain. Like, yeah, compared to like the more modern strains that yeah, they just look a certain way. And when you have to
If
like
you were
open up
to,
a duffel bag and show a broker X, Y, and Z, yeah, there's a certain thing. Like most of the time, these guys don't even they smoke weed, but that's not part of their business thing. It's not like, okay, let me try. You got a bite or a bong or what we're gonna do? Because I want to smoke all these different ones. They don't care that. They care how it looks and how it smells. That's it. Like myself, a lot of times when I'm like, yeah, but this is like super heady. That don't mean like the guys that buy pounds, they don't give a fuck about that.
here in
Like,
Ohio, they do.
like it's more about like this certain look. And after a while, you know what they're, yeah, yeah. Hey, for the
Se-
longest time, I didn't care what those people thought. I didn't have to deal with like it was times were different.
Send me a 5 pack or 10 pack of that,
You
and
know,
I'll
what I
have your
wish I
money
got to
back
do is
with you
get
in
a
a week.
hold of those plastic like I had some, but I don't have any anymore. And I know you can get them on Amazon or eBay or whatever. They're like kind of things that they put fruit in or different things, but there's these ones that hold clones perfectly. Like I had ones that held 3 each, and then you they kind of had one piece and you folded it's like a plastic, whatever you call that.
Yeah.
Yeah, those things are the way to send clones the best.
Yep.
I
But
don't
if
have
you
any of
send
those
me
things, but
clones,
I know
bud,
you can
and
like
it's hot, we
sort
need
of
to
make
do it next day.
well, whatever. That's not, it's just the getting them into a
It's
box
just money.
and having them in the box without being thrown around.
And it also has to do with the temperature. I do not send clones outside of spring and fall. When it gets really cold, I don't like sending clones. And when it gets hot, I do not send clones at all.
Well, okay. Most of the time, that next day, because priority mail, even though they say 3 days, that's the longest.
It's 3 to 5.
No, dude,
To Ohio
did I
from
just send
California.
something to wait, New Hampshire. Or no, yeah, New Hampshire. Or somewhere like way out there. And when I dropped it off on Wednesday, they said Saturday delivery. That fucking
And they
thing was
got
there
it
Friday
Friday.
morning. So, like, okay, hot, cold, whatever. I mean, moving that fast, yeah, a good rooted clone's gonna make it. Oh,
Reading, California to my house took 6 days. And when I got the clones, because he sprayed water on them, were all mush.
well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there's a certain thing where they got to be moist but not wet that they're gonna disrupt the package, leak
Exactly.
out, or and cocoa peat things aren't really that good. Like,
No.
oh, inch and a half or
Rock wool
2 inch rock wolves. Those,
plugs.
and if it's rooted and happy, yeah, I can handle a couple days of whatever and make it. They're not that fragile.
I finally get my perlite tomorrow. Mom's gonna go up to the center around the corner and buy a couple bags.
Well, I remember when I used to buy perlite, like, oh, a regular
4
size bag
cubic feet,
costs this amount.
$2.99.
For like a couple dollars more, you get this massive big bag that will last you for fucking ever. Got to buy perlite in bulk for it
When
to
I
be
took
priced right.
when I took all my gross stuff to Southern Ohio to let my friend have and store for me, I had perlite bags that were $2.99, $4.99, and $6.99 for the 4 cubic feet. It used to be really cheap. Now it's like 3 times the price almost.
Yeah, well, it's all a big racket now.
I called up the farm and feed store down in Pomeroy to find out how much Dynagrow was. 5 gallons, $100. They're 40 some dollars in the store for a gallon. You go to
Well,
a feed store and it's half the price. You just got to buy 5 gallons at a time.
yeah, it's all about bulk. I mean, if a place moves a bunch of product, then they can get it for a good price. If they only move a little, then there's no good price.
No, it's going from the cannabis market to the agricultural market
Well, that
is
too.
all it is. Because I'm
Too.
going to a feed store to buy my Dynagrow and they only sell it in 5 gallons. 5 gallons and 50-gallon drums. How's that? And I don't need a 50-gallon drum. Shit,
Well,
that'll last me a couple years in veg.
some of that is like, yeah, convenience. I used to know I paid more for certain things, but I didn't need like 50 gallons or a fucking huge amount of it. Yeah, all right.
Well, if you're only using 3 products or 4 products, and that's one of your main product that you use, and it's a glug, 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 half glug on the third one for a 50-gallon barrel with 40 gallons of water in it. How do you measure? Well, I hold the bottle up and it goes glug, glug, and by the time it gets to halfway glug, I pull up on it. You don't measure it? I've been doing this
I
28
measure
years, just
everything.
like Bud. We can do this in our sleep.
No way. I like have measurements of everything, and I
Yeah,
each,
but it's all
each
on the
time I
wall. You
change the
look at the
water,
wall.
there's like a different uh yeah, I use a
It's all
three
on the
part.
wall
There's
for you, though.
no, 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 no. I have these.
You
I
don't,
just went and made more of them because I I had this pad that the hydro store my friend used to own for 20 years, but he sold it to Grow Generation. The Grow Generation closed it. It's like these sheets. Wait, someone just made these up. They're like here's the current crop. Like, oh, that's wait, week one, and then the date, the week, and then the recipe. And every week the recipe changes. Like currently I use one, two, three, four, five, six, 7 different products in I mean one silica and then the micro grow and bloom, and then there's CalMag, and then there's the couple weeks they get this Kabloom,
Protect.
and then there's Floralicious. Yeah, basically full GH line for the
I
last. Well,
still use
this place has come
Floralicious.
this way the same way. Hugo's and the GH line for 11, 12 years. 11, I don't know, 12 years, 11 years. It's one of those things like,
I've
oh, if it works, don't fix it.
I've used Floralicious Plus for over a decade.
Yeah, I mean,
It
I've
has
like over the
micronutrients
last
in
couple
it.
of years, like somehow I met this guy. He's the West Coast Mills guy. He used to send me these huge boxes of 5-gallon jugs of all the mill stuff. So I was like, fuck it. All right. It worked fine. The store gave me like the whole line of Athena like 3, 4 years ago when it first came out. Let's see what else. Cutting Edge and their louder powder. Uh, yeah, I got these like 5-pound bags of all fuck so many. That what happened is my friend that manages the store, yeah, he gets all the samples that are supposed to be
Thrown away.
given out to like customers. And then a couple times he's like, yeah, dude, just take it all. Like when he got these boxes of the Cutting Edge, he just, instead of like giving each guy like a set of the thing, the 5-pound things, he gave me like 6 boxes of it.
Cases.
Like I still have it, but I didn't like how it worked. And Athena, I only used part of it and didn't like how it worked. Mills was
Their
pretty good.
IPM's good.
Mills was pretty good, I'd have to say. But like,
Mills pays the
I remember
bills.
checking like what the prices were, and I was like, yeah, nah. Like, oh, they gave it to me for free. Um, and it was the second time I drove out my gate. They sent, and I was in my car, and yeah, that's how I got the hernia. Was lifting this box that had 4 5 gallon jugs in it, and thinking I could just lift it up into my trunk. That's when I fucked up my hernia, and then I'm over Mills.
Lift
I
with
don't
your legs,
know,
not your
whatever.
back.
Like, but the thing is, I've been using GH products since like '91, like before they even had the floor line. There used to be A, B, and C in powder in these plain marked jugs. That was GH way back. But I used Flora Nova for a while. I've used all their shit, the organic line, but mainly the 3-part line for so long that like, yeah, I know the recipe. I know like what between what the plants are saying and things like, and yeah, I know that one inside and out. Even with Mills, I only used it a few runs. I basically followed what it said. I don't know what it says on GH because I haven't looked at any of those directions in
2
20
decades,
years.
3 decades.
Dude, like that sort
It's
of
like
some of it,
me
whatever.
saying
I mean,
how
I
much
don't
you
know if
put
it makes
in.
any sense, but
Glug,
like,
glug.
yeah, like, yeah, I know that. Like, I know how to get results out of that product. So, okay. And what was it, 5, 6 years ago when they sold it to Scott's Miracle Grow or whatever? Yeah, I remember going, oh, fuck that. I'm not going to support that. And then there was
Mm-mm.
like a handout that GH had in the stores that was basically Scott's, the new owner, saying that they weren't going to change the formulations. They promised they're not going to change the formulations, which that was like, oh, that's what usually, oh, they, they might never change the formulations. Oh, I think they will one day. Like they'll go, oh, we can
Money.
make this cheaper or whatever. That's what happens. But so far they haven't. Meaning, oh, I would notice if the product changed in any way. And all right, people hate on them. I don't know. People have always hated on them. I don't like, and their manufacturing processes. You know, it's a mineral base. They're not fucking synthetic and shit. Some of their
They
products, you have to wonder about Kabloom, liquid Kabloom at least. The powders just is 0.4530 or whatever. I don't use that, but
they bought 3 of my smaller companies that I used, and they screwed me hard when they did that. I had to go look for completely different nutrients.
but then when you get into the
And it's not
politics,
once, it's twice they did that to me.
like I really don't support grow generation. I mean, they basically bought out all the stores and the ones in my area. Now, my friend that ran it, oh, he never has to work again. I get that the offer was so good, but it's only a few years later, and now they closed it and leaves one other store. This I got a hold of this guy, Custom Hydroponics. And then when I told him the products I needed to order, he's like, "Yeah, I'm on Hydro Farm catalog. I'm like, I'm not able to get things through Hawthorne." And then he explained, "Yeah, I wouldn't be able to like fill your order because that's like Hawthorne's
And they take
line
big
stuff."
money.
And then I was like, "Oh, so now, yeah, it's like 40 miles to go over to the store." And
I
it's the
went,
their grow generation. So all right, that yeah, you're like stuck. And then even as I asked around, yeah, the hydro store business like dried up, not just because of Grow Generation's tactics. Um,
I think I have to break into a grocery store here. During the 90s and early 2000s, I made this guy a millionaire. And before he got back into hydro, he got out of like 6 years of growing. And then he opens up a hydro store. And I've been calling the past 5 days because he's only open to 5 and I work to like 4:30. So I'm trying to make sure that he's going to be there. And I've even been down to the shop. I can see the product I need on the shelf, but he's not there. I think he got busted again for growing. That sucks because the nearest grow shop to me after that for hydroponics is, like you said, a 45-minute drive.
well, and then I mean,
It
there's things like
sucks.
my friend Mark that really built this great. It was San Diego Hydro. He had 2 stores, San Marcos and Oceanside. Um, yeah, he built it up. Like I remember like first couple months when he opened it, and there was this other store called Green Trees that I used to go to for a few years, and then Mark opened up his store. But like he would do things like if he would source pumice like once a year and get like X amount of fucking pallets, bags of hummus at like cheap price. Like, cause, and it wasn't like he stocked it all year. He would only get that in like the time of year where all the people were buying their
Planting.
soils and stuff for outdoor. But then he did things like that, like serve his customers. And then even like when this started, okay, there was a couple other brands before Grow Generation that would open stores down the road and try to compete and have like, oh, we'll beat anyone's price and this. You could never beat his price because once he got his business going, like he said, the difference in way I
Flip it
purchased
to wholesale.
and most of the other places, if he's making an order, he would he would transfer and pay for it even before they shipped it, right? Oh, if you do that, now you can get prices even lower than the prices that because all those other prices are on terms, right? Net 30, net 90, whatever, shit like that. And yeah, he always had. And then even though when I go to Grow Generation, oh, they took over the database and my same code is my discount code. I don't even doesn't even really I don't see it on his old receipts. It would be like what the price was and what you were going to pay. And he had people like 10%, 20%. And then he had a few of us that were 35%, right?
Yeah.
Now,
What my friend
even what
did,
made my account look so big annually, right?
all the
Was
free shit.
because all my friends knew, yeah, they had gone there and established whatever. They only were 20%. But if you used my code, you get 35%. And dude didn't trip. Like he knew that half these people were just like friends of mine, whatever. But yeah, a couple times I saw how much like my annual thing was and I could look at it and I'd be like, yeah, I didn't buy any of that stuff. Oh, those are like my friends that were using my code account. Now,
Account.
Grow Generation, uh, yeah, nah, dude, I don't even see the discount. Now their prices are competitive. They are. Uh, So whatever. Like it is what it is.
My friend in Michigan that I'm gonna go up next weekend to his Clio Cup. Uh, he had one of the big companies move into the town that he's in, and he's like, they have no right to be here. I'm out in the middle of the fucking boonies, and they moved in and tried to undercut his prices, and his solar business took off, and he just changed everything in the store to wholesale prices. So he's making between 4 and 8%, but he's able to keep the doors open and pay the employees because he got all that business back plus some. I mean, when I go out this weekend to see him, I'm probably going to drop $1,000 at his store, and I pay wholesale, but I'm going to need $1,000 worth of merchandise.
Well, like that's sort of like what's happened where what killed the hydro store. There used to be, I wouldn't say big commercial legal pros, like that they obviously are big enough that they should be able to have relationships directly with the distributor. But oh no, that it's pretty easy to like, oh, just need a business like whatever, and you could just buy directly, right? Where yeah, that killed the hydro store. Beyond like home growers, yeah. Like when I used to go to the store for years, like 20 years, there wasn't a time that yeah, they had these carts, you get all your stuff, and then you realize there was like two or three people in front of you at two registers. They fucking had two guys and bringing people up. But then when Grow Generation bought it, dude, I'd stop in there and hang out with my buddy. There wouldn't be like no one for like an hour, nothing. And oh, he would tell me, yeah, no, they killed it. Whatever they like they bought this thriving fucking business that was
To
cranking.
run it in the ground.
And then somehow, then what I don't understand is, oh, I knew, like I say, some of my friends used to count. I met other people there over the years. Our area is like a no, like oh yeah, there's some growing going on around. Even in the last few years with Grow Generation, I wondered where'd they all go. And then I had a problem with Grow Generation. Okay, they changed. I There was always products that I use that aren't like standard carry in the store. But I used to just tell them, oh, I need a maxi jet pump. Or I need this, or I need that. And he would like, they had my number on file. They'd call me and go, oh, yeah, we got those. No problem. I'd come in and next time and pick them up. They put them in the under the stairwell. They did that for other customers too. Uh, when Grow Generation started, like all of a sudden,
Nope.
the, the, the guys that worked there were the same. Oh, I need these, and then like a month or so went by, and I went in and said, "Oh, did those come in?" He says, "Oh, I've been meaning to talk to you. Grow Generation has a new policy that oh, if you want to order anything, you got to pay
Prepay.
for it, and then we'll order it, and then you can pick it up." And I was like, "Oh, okay, no big deal. How much?"
Later.
And so that time they put it on there, but then it was one of those things where I was like, you know what? Fuck this place. I've been like going to that store for 25 straight years, 24 or 5 years, and never went to another store. Never even checked out another store because my friend owned it and he gave me 35% discount. So there was never a need. But then when Grow Generation bought it, it was a couple years later. I realized, I don't know, who's Grow Generation? Mark don't own the store anymore. My loyalty, I'm a loyalist. Like, oh, I was loyal to Mark. He's fucking good to me. Mark don't own it anymore, so fuck that place. Then I called around and then found out there is no other places. I in the years where I remember, oh yeah, there was this place that was a hydro store and a brew supply place. Right? I used to drive by it. Oh, there was this other one off the freeway. There were a few. I never shopped at them, never needed to. But then when I was like, fuck Grow Generation, I found out, oh, all those are gone. There isn't any. And then the closest other place in any direction is Grow Generation. I'm like, oh, yeah, fuck them even more. Especially, it seems that part of their strategy
Buy at smaller stores.
is to take over stores, not to run them, not because, oh, that was no, to run
Put
them
them
into the
out of
ground and
business.
close them, and then make you go to a place that's bigger. Like the one over where I have to go now is in Marietta. Um, it's like a grocery store size building where the hydro store that I went to for all these years. Oh, at first he only had one of the units, but then his business grew. He had two, and to be honest, he had so much stock that the first thing they'd do in the morning before any customer could come in is the forklifts had to move all this stuff out to the outside to make room for the aisles and and yeah, so it was like maximize. Um, yeah, and then they have these ones. Well, one time Mace was involved with Grow Generation doing like a grand opening of the Grow Generation in Compton. In Compton, I went to it a few years ago, 3 years ago. I remember talking to the guy that owns the store or whatever. I never seen a hydro store this big. Like you actually would need a motorized cart. It was so spread out and big that it wouldn't be like a section with like G8. It would be a whole fucking row of just A, and then a whole row of B, like massive amounts, everything, like
Fuck, it's
just
hot.
hugest amount. And when I remember the guy saying that what the purpose of that was, that it was like made more sense to them instead of having like a warehouse distribution thing, just to have this giant store that was actually like the hub of shipping out products to all the other stores, but it was also like
Drop
retail,
shit.
right? And I was like, okay, I guess that makes sense. Why have a big warehouse just full of stuff? You might as well just put it all out and then pull from it. But it seems like part of the thing is, oh yeah, the Grant Marietta. Oh, no wonder it's this giant building. It's cheap there, way cheaper than it is over here. Fuck, San Diego, every square foot's a lot of money around here. Um, Same with the Compton store. It's just massive, like, and when I went into both those places, even though it's like, okay, it's a hydro store,
You're lost.
yeah, because the other store only had like 4 aisles and everything was there. And it was like, okay, boom, 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 boom. Go to this other store, they got so much space and then they like spread it all out more, which just makes it like, yeah, you got to go to this aisle to get this, then go over here to get that. It's not all just right in one spot. But they got a grip of shit. And yeah, I mean, I guess I imagine that a lot of people growing
A grip of
soil
the long
and
shit.
made choices in growing in the last so many years where fuck the shops and fuck products and fuck all that stuff. Yeah, I feel that way about it, but I've never like thought they were my friend. like the people that supply it. Like I know
Excuse
today
me.
you go to a lot of shows and mills and all and, and all these companies that
Jacks.
put on this like thing and they're like part of the thing. No, they were always people like making money off of the thing, like the suppliers of products. Like I never felt like they were our friend. No. They had bullshitted us and overcharged us and pulled so many schemes over the last 30 years that, that yeah.
For the
Some
past
of them,
16 years, I've only gone to one hydro store. That's my friend's in Clio because he's also a deadhead. And I helped him out with his grow classes for 4 years. So my discount was like 15% over cost. I've only gone to one store over 16 years because he's treated me fairly and right every time. If I need something ordered, like I needed 3 cases of 1,800 count plugs, he'd order them and they'd be there within 2 to 3 days. Why do I need to go to any place else? Why do I need to order offline when my friend gets my money?
well, I mean, that used to be a common way of doing business. Like taking care of customers would lead to a good business,
Yeah.
and all that.
Now,
And
no.
no, that's long since gone. And and the few people that hanging in there, there's few diehards. Yeah, all the power to them. But the way of the world has changed as far as that. Like I can remember because over the time that I went 25 years to this hydro store, there were other businesses in the around there. Um,
No business.
but over the years, all those businesses got eaten up by the changes in the way things were. And I remember thinking, yeah, hydro store is like one of the last mom and pop brick and mortar. Yeah, it's not even mom and pop, brick and mortar businesses that seem to be, successful,
Gone.
profitable, whatever. And then now, whatever years later, it just became another brick and mortar that's basically disappeared.
Or taken over by another company, like you said, they run it into the ground and then you have to travel 30, 40 miles to go to their main store. That's
Well,
what happened to your grocery store. I
Well, I
can
mean, there's
guarantee
also
that.
I heard on the Michigan Bro Show that the same scenario with Grow Generation has happened out in Michigan in a couple areas. Like, oh,
Yeah, that's what
okay,
happened to my friend. They
okay,
put up
that's
a
part of
store into his
their
city and tried
strategy,
to put him out of business.
because I always thought Grow Generation had got in at the wrong time to become this like, nah,
Super conglomerate.
well, I mean, dude, in the scheme of conglomerates and shit, yeah, they might be trying to be like that, but they're like minuscule beyond minuscule when it comes to that. Oh, Hawthorne. Oh, that's a different story. And then the fact that I think Bear actually controls Hawthorne too now,
Yep.
like, whoa, now that's a conglomerate shit, right? And yeah, like I don't know. I I gave it away because somehow maybe it is decent stuff, but like Grow Generation also has their own line called Drip. Yeah, and it seemed cheaper, and supposedly it's like, oh, it's the same thing. It's just our version, and it's cheaper. Yeah,
No.
but whatever. I mean, You can't live with them, you can't live without them type thing. Like, yeah, they got you by the balls, really. Because when this store closed, it's going on 3, 4 months. Oh, I did. Checked, and oh, there's you could order shit online. Oh, I put a cart together. Oh, yeah. When you're talking 6 gallon jugs and multiples of them and cases of Hugos, there's no, the shipping is all part of it. And when you go figure all that out, you're like, oh, yeah, that's a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Because when
And
I go to buy those round Rockwool plugs, I literally buy, they used to come in boxes of 2,200. Now they're down to like 1,800. And I
well,
buy the little bit bigger ones. I don't buy like the inch size. I buy like the 1.5 inch because they fit perfectly in the 72 count trays. And I'll go in and I'll order, 5,000 of them almost. I'll order 4 cases of 28. Well, they're 1,900 a case now. Okay, I need 5 cases.
yeah, I don't
You
need that.
know, I need this much of this stuff. I need this much of this, and then you don't see me for 3 months. And then it's the same exact order, and it's another $2,000.
Well, you realize that nutrients have expiration dates. Like that was another thing my friend that
Oh, I
managed
go
this
through
store,
it so fast. It ain't
he would
funny.
he would give me things like Power SI and different things that had past expiration or was really close, and he- the company doesn't want you to spend money shipping it back. They just like, all right, well, we'll send you more,
Give
or
it
whatever,
away.
right? Well, they don't want you to give it away, but oh, he used to give me shit, certain things, and like, yeah, I don't think the Power SI silica after so much time really goes bad. It's like, all right, I didn't never had a problem using stuff that was like on the verge of expiration.
I'm preparing my 5 joints for tomorrow.
But like the relationship with the store, it's like, oh, the guy that manages the store, the workers, it didn't matter which worker. Sometimes I would forget and turn around and go home to make sure I had like a sack. Like, cause like I would always kick down for 20 fucking 5 years. Like I went to the store to buy blah 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 blah. And oh, as soon as I got there, different sales, whatever, whoever was working, if someone so was busy with somebody else, oh, they would jump on because they knew, oh, dude always kicks down a stack. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that paid dividends over the fucking decades. Like, and as I got to know the guys more, sometimes we'd hang out, even socialize a little or whatever.
Drop a
I
couple.
asked him years ago, like, yeah, like you must get all kinds of fucking kids. He says, dude, other
No.
than like a handful of guys like you, no, like none of I'm like, oh, those guys are fucking fools. Like they come in, they want to talk shop with you for fucking 15 minutes and this and that and the other, and they never like think like to reciprocate and like share the wealth or pay it forward or whatever the fuck you want to call it, dude. Like, yeah.
Dude, I had the mirrors replaced on my van because my dad had backed into one and smashed the passenger side. And I hydroplaned in between a semi and the big brick concrete wall in the construction zone. And I whacked one of those top, like, I don't know what they are. They block the light from the other lanes coming in, and it popped my driver's mirror right off. And I went to AutoZone. I bought the 2 mirrors and the piece I need, and I found a guy. he put them on, and even took off most of the duct tape and only charged me $50. And I threw him down like a 2-3 gram bud. And I said, "You just became my new mechanic, by the way." Because he's a young kid, but man, he took over from his dad. And I actually took the first car I wrecked, my mom's car, there to get fixed back in 1997 or 87. So they've been around for almost 40 years plus.
It's less of a thing now, but over the years, I remember me and my wife bought pretty expensive mattress. Somehow the guy, I could tell he was cool, but he said something, and then one thing led to another, whatever. I kicked him down like some weed. I used to always have weed in my pocket for that because it used to be. Today, not so much, not even. Sometimes I
Cash
wish
and
it
weed.
did when the right opportunity comes about, but it rarely does. But 20 years ago, oh, I used
You
to
could
grease a lot
trade.
of wheels with kickdowns. Like even my relationship with the rent-a-car place, both the guy that actually owns the place, and then his brother that does auto body. Like a few times I've had insurance claims and had to take my car into his brother's auto body place. He takes whatever the deductible is, he just wants it in week. Okay, no problem. I I love those kind of like barter. Barter used to be more of a thing. We barter. Right? Not,
Especially when it was 48 a pound.
yeah, and scarce
Yep.
and not so much today. Now, a couple of times over the years, I've hit somebody up, and the next thing you know, they're kicking me down.
Yeah.
Like even how my partner always seems to have these brands, like he has all these kickdowns of Shabinsky products and shit. And, and wait, there's this other brand. He surfs like at the spot every day. And there's all the lineup, all these guys. And even him, like even how this conversation came about was um, him talking about how, yeah, when he used to go surfing over the years, that's where you'd find testes. Okay, like
Yeah.
he'd meet cool dudes, and one thing led to another. And he says, yeah, today I meet a lot of cool dudes, and the next thing you know, they're like telling me, yeah, I'm a sales rep for Shabinsky, and we get out of the water. For the next time I see him, they have this whole like that's who gave me this care package of like these joints and some flour and carts, all branded. And he's like, yeah, like most of the people down there are like sales reps for some fucking company.
Oh, God. At least I don't have to be there until 11 tomorrow. Or this morning, I should say. I can't believe I showed up at 10 o'clock an hour early today.
Well, wait, I got a couple questions. When I lived at the
I'm
ranch,
working for an
this is
Italian
like the
family
mistake
that's
I
getting
made
me
with
to
that
the end.
relationship is we never really for months talked about like the compensation thing. And I heard you say earlier, oh yeah, I don't know, like we haven't talked about my pay. Like,
Yeah.
like I learned on that one, oh no, that should be like uh, discussed first
Uh,
before you
it
get too far
it's
into
a it's
something.
a 4,000 square foot warehouse where the fire inspector never comes into, and his brother-in-law owns the shopping center. that I want to put my store in right next to my ex-friend because he passed away over a drug overdose. His old head shop that my other friends took over. So this head shop's been there for 25 years, and I've got a chance to move in right next to it. And the freeway entrance and exit is less than the exit is 100 yards away, and the
Okay, wait a
entrance
minute.
is
All right,
300
I got
yards
a
away.
question. Inquiring minds want to know, what kind of shop are you gonna open?
Clone Nursery. And I'm also probably be going to be the distributor of PBS plastic bags.
Now,
And I should be
license
sponsored
clothing,
by
license
Dynagrow
clothing
and
nursery?
Clonex are going to be my two sponsors. I haven't gotten a light sponsor. I'm talking to a lighting company here in Ohio that makes a super metal halide that's almost orange.
But wait, a licensed nursery?
I went through the farmer's bill, so I've got that license already. So all I need to do is take my friend who retired as chief detective last year to the
What?
city meeting with me, and I'll get my business license passed right away because he'll tell them that clones don't have THC in them, and that'll be the end of it.
Hey, I don't
It's
know.
still about who you know.
Yeah, I know one thing. I'm 61 and there's not one cop I know. But maybe in my life, somebody's, no, I stay the fuck away. Even at my, nor I must eat at this Mexican restaurant over here, Rosa's, like once a week, sometimes less, but I'm a regular there. The waitress knows me. I always sit at the same table. The other, yesterday, was it yesterday? Maybe it was two
Excuse
nights
me.
ago, or maybe it was it. I don't know. And even the word cop makes me realize, yeah, I'm sitting in my normal spot, and all of a sudden, 10 sheriffs. I mean, they put 3 tables together right behind me, right? I just start, oh, they have TVs. I'm just watching the fucking news on the TV, trying not even to look over there, right? And then just wait for my meal and all that. Dude, I was starving when I went in, right? All of a sudden, my meal comes. I was like, oh, fuck, man. Like, I lost my appetite. Just, I'm an eavesdropper. I was listening to them chuck it up. And I glanced over. I remember looking at the backs of they were like uniformed, their guns, all their shit was on them. They ordered and all this. And a couple of them had these like patch things on their thing said gang enforcement. A couple of the other guys were. I've been in this area in this place 12 years. Like 5 or 6 years ago, I got clipped where a guy pulled me over and gave me a warning that I clipped the red light. Other than that, I've never looked or been seen or anything. Like I try to avoid eye contact with them, anything. Mind my own business, right? Oh, if they see you around, all it takes is like, oh, what's that guy? Who's this guy? So I'm eating, and then uh, like you can go refill your drinks, right? So which meant that their back was to me, then the drink thing's over here, and not all of them, probably 7, 8 of them, six or 8 of them through the time got up, got a drink, And then like one of them even said, "Oh, how's it going?" Like that even freaked me out. But like pretty much checked me out each time. Like I could tell, like I tried not to look at him, but like they were just like right there. Dude, I lost my appetite, and it's 2 days later, and I'm like, oh, dude, that was fucking. I still got the willies over it being that close to the pig trough, right? Like, oh god, no, like I'm a true like. I think my dad was like totally that way, and so as a kid, we were that way. I can remember times when my dad got arrested, different shit, and then my dog and me and my brother would all end up at the sheriff's department until my mom came down to pick us up. Right? Even then, like, yeah, fuck the cop. That's just me. Like, I got no, there's no gray. Like, I know they're necessary, blah, blah. No. The closest I came, and I guess, no, I thought that maybe we'd stay in touch afterwards because we had lunch a few times, and she was the district attorney that prosecuted my wife's murderer. And so even the first day that I had to meet with her in her office, there was some way she talked to me at the beginning that I forget what it was, but it like pissed me off. And I got up and I left. Like, just like she said something, and I was like, oh, fuck this. I had an attitude because first off, even though she's a lawyer, prosecutor, whatever, oh no, she's like a head cop. She's like the head of the cop. And then I was like barely in my car, getting ready to drive out the parking lot. And she called me, and then she's like, "Oh, I'm really sorry. I forgot what it was, but it was something like where she disrespected me in this way, right?" And she said, "Please, please, just come back upstairs, da da da." And then somehow we like got over that. It was like a weird thing. Like, oh, we got to know each other. We laughed about it because like she knew all my records. She knew everything. Like she had the whole case. She knew I was a convict, knew I went to prison, knew everything. And like knew kind of like my statement was vague at best as far as certain things. And then I remember when I went back up there, part of it was, yeah, I'm only here for one purpose, and so's all the detectives. We're we're these are homicide detectives. They don't give a fuck about anything else, so don't worry, right? But your honesty and reality and being honest is crucial to my ability to put this guy away for life. And I was like, for the first time in my life, yeah, I can remember I must have made 100 or no, 60, 90. I don't know. Because during COVID, there were so many continuances, but there was not a court time. And sometimes they wouldn't even have him there. It would just be like uh, paperwork shit. They wouldn't even call the case, but I went every time. And for my whole life, oh, I've been to court. I was always on the other side. Like, oh, there's a thing in court where people on one side, they sit on the prosecutor's side. People on the other side, they're the like defendants. I was always on that other side, always. Right. There's and that and then in this, and even during the trial, because I was the husband, the front row seat was always like I had the same seat. No one took the seat. Um, it was like, oh, that's for me. That was directly behind the prosecutor who was like basically representing. Like that was like what was happening. This happened like a few years back now. Like, well, more than a few years back now. Time's been going on. Yeah, that was so hard for me to even. One time early on, I heard her because I'm an eavesdropper. Like I love like sitting, looking one way, but listening to somebody over here, like an eavesdropper, right? I heard one of the other people that worked with her tell him that her husband, who turns out is like one of the top criminal attorneys in the area, high price uh, criminal attorney, that he wanted to get a couple more of those cartridges. He really liked them. And I was like, oh, what other cartridges could they be talking about? Right. And it turned out, yeah, like her husband like smoked weed and all this shit. And hey, she was the top prosecutor in the county, like second in the whole county. Like this other lady, Summer, whatever, is the top one. She's the one right below. Personally, she didn't need, well, no, she still prosecutes cases herself. Yeah, only certain ones. And this was one of them. And she was like short, wore these high heels. Like she was the gnarliest fucking, like one thing I realized, oh, I'm sure glad I've never been on the other side of her. Cause like, holy fuck, dude. She ain't no joke. But underneath it all, she was cool as fuck. Like I thought we were going to be friends. Turned out in my old house I lived in for 17 years, because I lived up on the top of the hill. Oh, I knew right what property. I could see it from my patio. That was where her and her husband and her kids lived for all these years. Like we lived on this basically way out in the middle of nowhere, same road, off the same road. It was like weird little cosmic things. But then when it was over, yeah, I've never talked to her again. Like, no, there's no, you know what I mean? I'm like this. I'm like, yeah, no, no, that's tricky ground. Dealing with ex-cops, any fuck. That's just my opinion. Oh, it's just me now. I got a water. Somebody in chat should join us with a new perspective and a good outlook on life.
Oh, it's still going. So like the warehouse next to mine is like it's a tow company, and so in the back they put cars they impound or whatever. A lot of them have been in wrecks on the freeway or wherever. So this must be the third night. It looks totaled. It's a um electric car. I think it's hard to tell because it's fucking total. I think it's the Mustang electric, the E thing. So about every 15, 20 minutes, beyond the fact that it's hazards and are still blinking, so there's still power. The thing will like sort of come on, like it almost sounds like oh it's the AC or something like that. Car comes on, and then the motor, it's not an engine, the electric motor goes and revs at like full whatever zing, for about 3 4 minutes, and then it stops. And oh, it's next to a bunch of other fucking cars. So I'm like, yeah, those batteries better die because like when you hear it fully rev like that, you're like, oh, that thing might start on fire. The fucking car's all smashed. Who knows what shapes under there, plastic. And I've seen when those things catch fire, like fuck, but no. And now it's 3 days later, and there's still power in it, and it's doing it. Like you'd think after 3 days it would use up all of its power, but must have had a full charge when it wrecked. And I'm sure because wait, today's Saturday. Yeah. Oh, there it is. It's making it has like a mind of its own. It's the computer's like tried to tell it to drive home or something, get out of jail. Not realize that it's dead. But you'd think there'd be like a kill switch because these are professional tow guys. They know if there's some and the place is over the weekend they just bring cars in at night and well mainly at night. The front part and getting cars out. It was only Monday through Friday. They were here. They had to know that this thing was making that noise and all that shit, and they just left it. Yeah, I just have to peek over the fence, and there's usually a dozen or more cars that you never know. But a lot of times I'm thinking, yeah, it looks like a DUI, or that looks like this. Some of them aren't fully totaled. They're just like, oh, they smashed into the guardrail, or some of them are totaled. And then like every 2 weeks, this bigger truck comes and they take a forklift and like, yep, those ones, I don't know where they take them, but they take them somewhere else to make room for the new ones.
Mm.
Well, Captain must have passed out on us. And Jeff is gone too. Yeah, J5, why don't you? I know why you might not, but like that's 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 old. All right, well, this is gonna work. Why don't you come up here and talk to me, Ryan? Since J5 won't. That way I can water these while we're talking. Or otherwise, I need both hands. This old strain, I-95, puts out 3 leafers and then starts to go back. Same with the Larry. New strains don't really do that. Things I notice. All right. Remember these? They were all big, like triple the size and bushy. I cut them all down to nothing.
I'm sorry, bud. I've
I
been
thought
like
you fell
talking
asleep.
to you. I've been talking to you and talking this whole time with my muted on. So for like
Wow.
the past half an hour, I've
Yeah,
been
they've
talking.
been listening to me ramble to myself, incoherent thoughts.
I am so sorry, everybody, but like I said, I'm tired as fuck.
I've been trying to talk one of the chatters up here so we can keep this
I
show on the
know.
road, but
I
nobody
even
did.
made comments about that, about following his page and liking his garden. Shit. God damn it.
And I cleaned all these up
Well,
like less 5 days ago, and they're already like a fucking bush. It's crazy. And they
that's what
clean.
happens with a good joint and 3 drinks. So yeah, basically that I-95 needs to go outside, and right before it starts to flower, you need to take cuts, bring it in, and it should be
Yeah.
rejuvenated. If not, you do it the following year and you should be okay.
Well, it
Our
gets
Afghani
going.
mango died because he never took it out. The potency left. The bud size was still there, but the potency wasn't.
Well, this shit's potent. I mean,
Well, I
it
need
made it
potent
this
weed.
far because there was a chance, but then now they've like harvested small amounts of it, like a few plants. Uh, yeah, just like oh, I like it. Tastes really good and it's super strong, super strong. Except that, like, yeah, I've done this a long time. I know that, oh, a few ounces of it, okay, no problem. But if you're gonna like make pounds of it, it it's not. Oh, it's gonna take more trimming. It's like this. It's hard to explain. This doesn't grow like.
I don't trim it that much. Leave those sugar leaves on. You can do that here in
Yeah.
Ohio.
Well, that ain't gonna work when you're taking shit to a broker. I mean,
Yeah,
I
I
don't know,
don't have to
dealer,
do
whatever
that.
you want to call it. A guy that buys like 5, 10, 15, they're picky. Like that's the way it is. Like I say, they're not gonna, like, if I could say to them, oh, um, yeah, smoke this shit, and then you appreciate it. That's not part of the, used to be.
Shit, I made $350 the other day going to work. This restaurant business, these guys smoke a lot of pot and a lot of rosin, so god damn, and they pay high prices here. I cut their prices in half and they're paying me in advance. I actually have to go to talk to someone and say, hey, listen, you take care of all these guys. I'll just supply you with better weed for cheaper prices. I know I want to fucking smoke a joint of that, dude. So
Like
bad.
you were, well, I mean, this is what's left in this bag. The bigger nuts probably got sold, but
I don't care. I'll take those. Those fit right in my bowl.
yeah, it's what it is. But like, I don't know.
It'd get me stoned. I can't find weed that really gets me stoned. This NL haze. I like that because it's funky and it gets me high for 2 hours. The good high, but I need like the narcotic high because that's why I'm drinking. I'm
Well,
drinking because I'm fucking hurting. I haven't worked since the chapter, and that was December '99.
well, wait a minute. I've never worked other than growing weed is fucking work. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah. Well,
I get to work at my own pace and my own schedule. Holy fuck. I've been
you're
growing,
running a lot bigger scale. I was running thousands of
well,
clones. You're flowering 100, 200 plants out. That's completely different. There's so much more work to that than what I'm doing.
yeah, I take clones and we do all that. I do parts of all of it, but yeah, keeping things happy and alive and all
Takes a
encompassing.
lot.
As it has been. I mean, I remember when I first started doing it, it was mainly to have money to go out on these tours.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even a year. It was only like a few cycles in that I realized the dilemma I created for myself and then chose at that point I had already been like going to shows and tours for like 12, 13 years. So I like chose the plants over that life because
It was 48 a pound,
I
56 a
mean,
pound.
my heels fucked up this week. Going to the doctor again on Monday, but I was on the list. Emerald Cups at Kaiser, and tomorrow night there's a late night show with San Grisman and Peter Rowan after Billy String. And Sunday, well,
Damn.
it was Phil, but Phil has COVID, but the show still goes on. Like it was like, oh, I was planning, but then my foot. Actually, it wasn't really my foot. It was that was like the thing that made me think, oh, destiny or the flow is saying, oh, don't go. The reality, and I knew this like weeks ago when I was already like gearing up to do it. Yeah, I'm harvesting, which I'm supervising, whatever. Yeah, they do it without me here. There's more to it than all that. If like with me here and then their labor, I can take it down tomorrow clean and scrub the room overnight, UV light the room, and then also bake the room, like turn off ACs. Oh, there's some hours of maintenance, cleanup that you only get every 2 months to do things, and then set the room the next day by Monday. If I would have went up north and did this, that, and the other, yeah, it would have happened probably more like Wednesday or Thursday, like period. Even though I say, oh yeah, I'll fly home there and then get right to it. That's not how it works. And oh well, so you lose a couple days. That happens. Beyond the plants are already the states are tall enough, 2 or 3 more days of veg. Holy fuck, right? Um, uh, yeah, that's one of those situations where you got to like choose your garden over your extracurricular activity. And yeah, now there are also times when like, oh, it all's lined up, and then you're good to go. And what's this song like? My uh, my work is all done. Like, Let It Rock, or like Jerry has a fucking song where he said, ah, fuck, I can't believe I can't pull that lyric out of my head. Oh well, but yeah, when your work is all done, paydays come and my work is all done, you know.
Yeah, well, in about a month,
And a lot
I'm
has
gonna have
changed in the
3
last so
hours of
many
work
years.
here at
When,
home.
well, there used to be a different level of workers and stuff that, oh, you could free yourself up and count on them. Yeah, that
Not
all costs
today.
money. Like, and today it's like, oh no, things are too tight for that style. Like, like next thing you know, you look at your numbers at the end of the thing, and it's like, oh, where's the money? Oh, went to this, that, and the other. That's the part that kind of sucks, especially when for years it was the opposite. For decades it was the opposite. Now we're in this time when like, oh, the reality is this, and you have to accept that reality. And that fuck that I don't let it bother me. Like some of my friends that gave up or are fucking bitter about it. I
I
get how
think
they're
we're gonna
bitter
go
about
back
it.
to
Like if you're
outlaw.
used to something being a certain way for so long and it changes, oh yeah, that leaves you. I get it.
Vote
I
for
get how
issue
that
3
works.
and we'll all
I
become
just have
outlaws
always
again.
like tried to have a thing where, yeah, I don't let things like that bother. No, roll with it,
Like
go with the flow.
like I said, let issue 3 go through and pass that, and we'll all be outlaws again.
Well,
Because big pharmaceutical take over the cannabis industry. The medical will go
like
first, and then that's it.
the ship has sailed, so there's no going back.
Back.
Like,
But
oh,
I
that
still
just
see us
happens to
getting
be
good
kind
prices.
of like one of the party's political uh sayings last couple of weeks. But it's true. Like, you can't go back, even
And
if
these
there
sour
was this like
diesels are getting big.
idyllic time that we're as the whole world or even our country said, yeah, we had it right. We've got to go back to this. That's not that if anyone thinks that you can do that, they're solely mistaken, because the way the world works is you only can go one way forward. Okay. Like that's it. So there's no going back. Like I'd love to say, oh, let's go back. But like one thing I know, you can't go back. There's no going back.
It's going to be a new go back. It's called
You
connoisseur
know, and
weed.
for people who think that something could change and whatever, we can go backward. No, that ain't happening. That's just my belief. I prove me wrong. I don't. And it seems like
Most
at
of
this
the
point,
people I
yeah, there's one
talk
side of the
to,
people that somehow have this
god
weird
damn,
idea of going back. Like a lot of the things they think they want to have. Like it's like, oh yeah, we'll take away this, go back to this. Like that, it ain't happening like that. Don't work like that.
no, but I can see a connoisseur market because I talk to quite a few people and they're like, this new weed, yeah, we don't like it.
Well, in LA, there is this connoisseur market. There's these fucking people that brand and sell $800 ounces and all this stuff. And I've never partake of any of this, but some people that have done that and talked about it say, yeah, it's good, all right, but it isn't like that. Like it's mostly just hype and branded. That oh, there's somebody that you know, and then
No, this is for like the I-95, the
yeah, the black market's never
NLKs.
gonna like care about any of that stuff, dude.
Ohio does. It gets
Well,
too fucking cold here, so we don't go out for like 5, 6 months of the year. We want to get
the
stoned. We
reality
don't want
is,
to get high.
and some of this is like our economics and stuff, but um, beyond that, now that legal cannabis is like a mainstream thing, the biggest sector of consumers are what they call value-based consumers. Okay, that's like
$100 people.
Budweiser and Michelob and all that. That's what they know. They know value-based customers where the the bigger side of the business is at. Wine, same thing. Food, same thing. So much things are that way. Cannabis is totally that way, right? Um, I think when there is these corporations that come in, yeah, they're not even going to chase anything but that. Like that's going to be their bread and butter. They're going to create like value based fucking weed, right? That people will be like, oh, well, you get a whole bunch
And
for
I'm still
whatever.
getting paid.
It's not as good, but I get a 18 pack for whatever it cost a 6 pack. You know what I mean?
I'm glad I'm going to be around for only 12 more years.
Well, you already know 12 more years.
Kind of. All those tests in
Here's the thing
Bangkok.
I realize.
I got pancreatis
Most of the
problems.
people around me that are now, most of them gone, my homies, Scott and Chris, and Sabrina, they would have like for sure, if there was a wager, been like, yeah, I'm gonna outlive Ben. For sure. He's like somehow I'm like the survivor of the fucking clan. And then what I realized in the last couple years is,
You're the
and I'm just in
healthiest.
my young 60s, but like the goalpost has been moved. Like some of the choices I made in my life with health and partying and shit was like, yeah, I never expected to live past like maybe get to mid 60s or 70s. That's well, like the people, my grandparents, a lot of people around died in like in their mid to late
50s.
50s. Was pretty common. Now that's like your mid to late 80s. Like the goalpost has been moved out further, right? So when I was like 20 and 30, if in my head, in my reality, I would have thought, oh, yeah, I got to make this body last until it's 90. I might probably would have made some different choices. So I feel like it's a cruel joke that like, oh, now I'm finally here and now I'm supposed to get there. Like, holy fuck, right?
Hey,
Like,
Ben, I'm gonna have to go. I gotta get some sleep.
all right, well, good luck on that, and have a good day tomorrow and rest of the week. And everyone should be checking out. It's not just a blue moon. That's when there's two full moons in a cycle or whatever. This one's called the super blue moon.
And I'm planting a whole bunch of seeds on it.
I guess that's why not, but I don't. Well, whatever. I think the moons to plant seeds are like earlier in the year. Now we're like getting close to harvest moon.
It all has to do with the pull of the moon. That's all.
I just know they said that the moon will be 14% bigger because it's in a closer orbit. So
That means in Thailand it would be huge. When you go out and at night in Thailand and the moon is like full, it's almost like you can reach up and grab it.
yeah, well, I looked tonight. The moon was bigger than yeah. I could see. I've lived long enough. I don't really remember when and what. Oh, I remember some times when the moon was fucking bigger than other times. I guess that's on Monday.
Yep. All right,
All
guys.
right, have a
Everybody
good
out
one,
in
everyone.
chat. Peace.
Stay
We'll
safe.
catch you Tuesday. Same bat channel, same bat time.
Yeah.
And Saturday night, I will do a live from the Clio Cup, probably because they'll have music.
Well, next Saturday I'll be in LA at Billy Strings, so I might go on Instagram and I'm my goal, even though my foot's fucked up. I've been to a bunch of Billy Strings, never had bad seats, but I've never put the time in to be like, oh, I'm in the rail or the front couple of people. And yeah, so I plan on putting the time in. And one of the two nights, I don't need to be on the fucking rail, but like two or three people back right up front. That's what I want. I want it.
Well, you're also over 6 foot tall, so when you hit the rail, couple of rows behind you can't see over you.
Yeah, a lot of times, even when I've been up there, I'll like there'll be some like shorter person mainly because like yeah, I'm a dude. Like it'll be like a girl or something. I'll be like, oh, you want to be on the rail? I'll just stand right behind you. And I've met
Yep,
some cute girls that way.
yep. Peace out, everyone.
All right, bye.